start this Committee of Finance, Diversity, and Inclusion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Here.
Present.
Kelly, Moore, McCormack, Olense,
Present.
Santana. Present. Lai, Spencer, Starr. Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and once again, we have another independent branch of government that's coming here today. We know we haven't had a lot of directors or commissioners come to the table during the budget hearings, but we are going to, we do want to give an opportunity for a couple of the elected officials that are here to present. So they're going to be joining the finance team as they come to the table. I'm going to ask if Mr. Titram can read Cleveland Municipal Court, Judicial Division.
Begins on page 97, Michelle D. Early, Administrative and Presiding Judge. Salaries and wages are on the green sheets, page 101. 2023 unaudited, $12,828,938. Budgeted for 2024, $14,378,395. Total expenditures on page 102 on the flip side of the green sheet, 2023 unaudited, $22,778,970. Budgeted for 2024, $26,201,695. Staffing levels are on page 103. December 23, 191. Budgeted for 2024, 253.
Thank you. Judge Early and Ms. Kenny, if you would like to join us. Thank you. Welcome, Judge.
Good morning.
Welcome, Ms. Kenny.
Good morning.
Would you like to make any opening remarks
Yes.
before we move forward?
I'd like to make an open remark. There's also some statistics in these opening remarks, and I can get those numbers to you after the meeting. So I will
Absolutely. We'll
email
get them to our
I'm gonna,
policy team.
Talk a little bit about case filings and different case types in terms of what we have coming in. So I will also provide those to you in either written form or an email I can send. So good morning, distinguished members of council. I am Michelle Early. I'm the administrative and presiding judge of the Cleveland Municipal Court. Today we have, sitting with me, I have my finance director, Michelle Kenny, but we also have a number of court employees who are in the room. We have my court administrator, Russell Brown, who is here, my deputy court administrators, Michael Negre and Tracy Gonzalez. My human resource director is here. We have someone from the Oriana House who's also here to support, and we have public defender staff who works very closely with the court in providing counsel to the indigent defendants of Cleveland. I would like to begin by thanking Cleveland City Council for its continued support. We pride ourselves on our innovation in being a problem-solving court, but this is only made possible by the support we receive from this body. Because of you, we are able to lead in bail reform, pretrial services, specialized dockets, and specialized responses to domestic violence, and many other innovative programs. The court recognizes the obligation it has to cautiously shepherd the funds that the taxpayers have entrusted to us, and we have lived within the budget that has been provided by this body. To lead as a court, we must be aware of our place within the county and the overall justice system. In this regard, you can take pride in knowing that on all levels, the Cleveland Municipal Court is a recognized leader. Our focus is on doing what's right for the people we serve. Imposing penalties or fines is only the starting point of our service to the community. In order to provide true justice, we look for the underlying causes of crime and work to provide solutions for those who want them. If they so choose, individuals can turn their issues into opportunities to turn their lives around. Because of your continued support, our court is able to provide these opportunities. Regarding our case management system, Tyler's Odyssey, the court is currently working with the Housing Division and the Clerk of Court to improve the functionality of the system, while also working on some data cleanup issues. We will be performing an upgrade this year so that we are able to update with our latest software, which will also improve the overall functionality of the system. Throughout 2023, we remained committed to ensuring that no individual spent a night in jail unnecessarily. A total of 7,195, which is an increase from 6,513 in 2022, came through our initial appearance arraignment jail docket, and those would be fresh arrests. Of that number, the court conducted 4,211 felony initial appearances, and that is an increase from last year of 3,652. The court also conducted 2,984 misdemeanor jail arraignments. That is also an increase from 2,861 in 2022. And again, these are the numbers that I will provide for you. And specifically, just giving you a little bit of background on kind of what's coming through the court. And again, these are fresh case filings. The driving under the influence, we had 826 new cases. 763 was the number we had last year. Out of those 826 cases, 396 came from the city of Cleveland, which is a slight reduction from 2022, which was 451. 294 cases of driving under the influence came from the State Highway Patrol, which is an increase from 210 last year. For the traffic violations, we had 19,203, which is an increase from last year, which the number was 17,991. The Cleveland Police filed 14,931 new citations, which is an increase from last year, which was 14,667. The State Highway Patrol filed 2,631, which was an increase from 2022, which ironically that number was 2022. All criminal filings, which would be an exclusion of the traffic cases, was approximately 4,957, which is an increase from last year, which was 4,091. To just highlight some of the other things, for domestic violence cases, and these are only cases regarding a family or household member where there was alleged violence, we had 635 cases, and that is an increase from 556 cases that were filed last year. Out of those cases, 475 came from the city of Cleveland. And again, I will provide those numbers to you in an email. The operations in our pretrial services department continued as it previously had. We had 1,543 individuals who were connected with pretrial services in 2023. The services provided were court-supervised release, GPS monitoring, SCRAM device monitoring, and community referrals. Out of all the individuals connected with pretrial services, 96% of the individuals finished their involvement with the court with no new criminal activity. Additionally, 93 of the individuals finished their involvement with the court compliant with the terms of release, and that means that they attended all of their court hearings, they had no new criminal activity, and they did not violate any of the exclusion zones. Individuals that would have otherwise remained in jail were able to be released because of the efforts of the pretrial services department in connection with the Oriana House. In 2023, 2,577 individuals were on active probation with the court, which is an increase from 2,385. Our specialized dockets continue to provide specialized services for those involved in those programs. In 2023, there were 101 participants in drug court, which is an increase from 81 the prior year. 57 individuals on the mental health docket, which was also an increase from 36 in the prior year. 33 on the veterans docket, which is an increase from 18, and 14 on the human trafficking docket, which was an increase from 11. We have also provided interpreting and translation services in 2,124 cases, with 68% of those services being in Spanish. Something I'm particularly proud of the court's involvement is the involvement we've had in the community. On April 6th, the court, in partnership with the clerk's office and Legal Works, processed 115 expungement cases at a clinic held at the Esterbrook Recreational Center. Another 100 people who we could not service at the time filled out appropriate paperwork for follow-up services. The Cleveland mock trial returned to the Justice Center for the first time since the pandemic. 12 teams from 8 Cleveland high schools participated. The students who received the outstanding award and the runner-up are offered summer jobs with the court. In 2022, the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles issued nearly 200,000 new license suspensions for debt-related reasons and 95,000 in Cuyahoga County between the years of 2020 and 2022. There is a news story regarding all of the license suspensions in the state of Ohio, and the story highlighted how there was a significant number of debt-related license suspensions in the city of Cleveland, with a concentration being in Councilman Starr's ward. In an effort to work with the community regarding that, the court staged 3 community events in the summer. The first was at East Professional Center in Ward 7 on July 13th in partnership with Councilwoman House Jones. The second was at the Glenville Recreational Center in Ward 9 on July 21st in partnership with Councilman Kevin Conwell. And the last was at the Phyllis Wheatley Association in Ward 5. And we had Councilman Starr's on Saturday, August 12th, in partnership with Councilman Starr. And again, when they did the research and brought it to us, Councilman Starr's ward had the most concentration of individuals who had suspensions based on debt-related offenses or debt-related reasons. So that is why we kind of built up to that final area. And in addition to that, we did it on a Saturday so that people who were working could take advantage of the clinics. The goal was to bring the Bureau of Motor Vehicle and related court personnel and agencies together bring them together to help as many people as possible. Out of the result of all 3 clinics, the court helped 767 people who showed up at the event and were either got their fees cut in half or completely eliminated. People were able to get their driver's license, get driving privileges, and be valid. So the court is particularly proud of that. And then just one final thing, as a point of clarification for the professional services contract, I think it's just a contract line that indicates $4.927 million. I just want to break that down if there are any questions. So we utilize the service of the Public Defender's Office, and they're here to assist us. The city we're working to finalize their contract. However, we have legislation for an amount of $2.6 million. The city will be reimbursed, as it has in the past, a percentage of that amount. This year, the amount, I believe, is 85%, which is $2.2 million of that professional services that will go back to the city, not to the court. The other amount would be the Oriana House and community court services. In closing, the Cleveland Municipal Court continues to be an efficient and effective institution that delivers on its core functionalities while seeking innovative solutions to the problem presented by the individuals who depend on us for their search for justice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't have any questions. Councilwoman Santana, I think, is first, and then Councilman Polinsky, and then Councilman Casey. You want to? All right. Councilwoman Santana.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Judge Early.
Good morning.
So one question is, through the chair to the judge, is on behalf of Councilwoman Spencer, who's in a meeting right now. She wanted to get a breakdown of the professional services. I'm not sure if you have that. But there's a copy, I guess, she wants.
Oh, I
Do you have a
can send it
breakdown?
to her, but it's the so those are the numbers that I just.
Okay, so we'll just
which
get
is
a copy
interesting.
from
I kind of
there.
answered it before you sent it to me,
Yes.
but I've been watching you guys' hearings, so I
Got it.
cheated a little bit.
Okay.
So that amount is 1.6 for the Oriana House, and 2.6 for the public defender contract that we're working on, and then there's a amount of almost $370,000 for community work service, and then we have another amount that's remaining for assigned counsel, which would be when there's a conflict with the public defender's office, so we would have to pay them, and again, that amount would get reimbursed to the city, not to the court.
Got it, okay. So, and I'm sure she's hearing it and she could get that information. Another question that I have, I was, just in your remarks, you talked about interpretation and 68% of those cases being Spanish, and through the chair to the judge. I really commend you on your work. I mean, I've had so many residents go in, interpreters present. I mean, the way that they're treated, it's, very equal, very inclusive. But through the chair, I'm curious to know, I know that I've gotten residents where their paperwork that was mailed to them was in English, maybe like subpoenas, and what is the plan, or if this budget reflects any changes in the communication?
So we do have a number of our documentation that's in Spanish. But if we don't know that that person needs that information, then we're not sending them out, which is something we probably should just be doing in general to make sure that there's like a backup. It's interesting you said that. On one of our first clinics, driver's license clinic, we had with Councilwoman Stephanie House Jones, we had our interpreter there, but there were no Spanish-speaking people there. And my interpreter said to me, and they were there to assist, and he said to me that there were no, everyone here spoke English, and they're like, that's a little bit odd. And we hadn't published it in any other language. And that was something that we kind of were like, not being cognizant of the fact that having it publicized and having it in English was leaving out a significant group of people. So then the next time, for the next clinic, which would have been the Glenville Recreational Center, and then Councilman Starr's recreations, or when we were working with him, we did include having it in different languages. So that is something that we kind of need to
Got it.
work on for our protection orders, for our no contact orders, those things where we're giving them that information. Those are interpreted in Spanish. We actually have them interpreted in a number of languages because there's other languages that come before the court. So
I just want you to know that I am here to help in any kind of way. So, but I wanted to commend you in public
So
about that.
we are
Thank
looking
you.
for interpreters, so if you have some, we have been looking for years.
Send me the job
Please-
description.
Please
I'll
help me.
forward it over.
We will send
Okay.
it to you today.
Thank
We
you.
might be sending it now as my staff is listening, so. But that's one of the struggles in terms of, because of the use of that, where we need another Spanish interpreter because of our Spanish interpreter is also the supervisor of the unit, so oftentimes it's taxing. So we're outsourcing Spanish services. If there's a trial, you need more than one person, and I mean, sometimes it's taxing
And I
in
see
terms
that
of
all
interpreting.
across where we're using a third party for interpretation and translation, which could be a significant cost rather than hiring someone that could do the services in-house. So, but thank you. Thank you for that. I yield.
Thank you. I have Councilman Mike Polensek, Casey McCormick Conwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, honorable judge. Nice always to see you. And Ms. Kenny,
Great to see you as well.
Ward 8 resident, always glad to see her as well. On page 101, you said you're going to get us the other contractual information.
For the professional services?
Under contractual services, other contractual, if you can provide that to us, is who that is?
Oh, that, for the 115
Yes.
amount? So that amount, Councilman, is services for update on our office space. So we'll be contracting with someone. It's been a long time since we've had new chairs.
Okay.
And I'm sure this amount is not going to get us 200 new chairs, but it's at least a start. We want to be modest, but we also have a couple of in-house needs in terms of updates.
So then that goes into your materials and supplies, and 102 as pertains to office furniture as well then?
Yes, yep,
That's
so
for
we
the
have that,
increase
yep,
there.
we have that issue. So some of the spaces, just to give you a heads up, as it relates to that amount, we've had to outfit certain spaces to make them amenable to office spaces. We had spaces in, we had a West Side probation office, and then we were also working on the East Side. We were paying a lot of money to do that, so we're bringing those back, but we have to outfit offices so that they're
Thank you, Judge.
decent places.
Mr. Chairman, to the judge, on your staffing page on 103, you had significant vacant full-time and then vacant seasonal. You want to elaborate a little bit on that?
So my vacant seasonal are, unfortunately, when we come to the table, they'll always be vacant. Those are summer students. So they're only hired for a period of time during the summer. So those spots will stay, and then they're different people each time. In terms of the vacant full-time, we're attempting to hire people. We also had and I actually should have said this, so I apologize. Let me take this one moment of point of privilege to the chair, to the city council. We got 3 new judges this year. So we got Judge Johnson, Judge O'Brien, and Judge Saffel. So we welcome 3 new judges to the court. Well, with that being said, at the end of the year, when we were losing judges, we were not filling some of the vacancies in terms of having meetings, and we were having meetings, but in terms of putting those bodies in place.
Okay.
Giving the people who are going to be here for 6 years an input in hiring as, in terms of how the court hires, it's a vote of all 12 judges.
Okay. Thank goodness Judge
So-
Saffel, thank goodness Judge Saffel doesn't have any more kids, okay? Let's put, okay.
So, and in addition to that, Counsel, just, so for that vacancy number, the court is also having plans on having a review of the number of vacancies we have to see if we can realistically
Yes.
fill those spots.
Okay.
And then if not, we'll be in our next budget season having them
Okay.
reduced.
Two last issues I wanted to direct to you. With regard to juvenile truancy, both daytime and nighttime truancy, it's my understanding you have a specialized docket or you have a judge specifically assigned to that?
So we were doing the rock docket for that, so where we would have the parents come in and we're working with them. We haven't had a lot of cases,
I know that's
so, but.
part of
you
our
know,
concern.
But
here.
we're still, we still are offering services to anyone who needs that. So we are
Thank you.
attempting to kind of pull in the
Yeah.
accountability with the parent, but also with the child as well.
Yeah. Well, that's obviously a concern with the police prosecutor and our folks here of not charging for curfew violations, which would necessitate, as you've indicated publicly, a parent or guardian being brought in to the court, which I think would be very helpful to put some folks on Front Street as it pertains to their children. That remains to be seen whether or not the CPD and the Cleveland Police Prosecutor's Office are going to aggressively pursue that, because to me, it's about saving these kids and getting them on a right path. When you have younger individuals, kids running the streets at all hours of the night and no one's being held accountable, I find that outrageous. But that's going to be for another day. My last point is, Mr. Chairman, and again, I always appreciate not only you, but all the judges and all the employees in Muni Court, because I know the tremendous challenges that you have. So let me just go right to the point here. I'm greatly concerned about the relocation of the jail to Garfield Heights. I think it's a terrible, terrible move to move the jail to Garfield Heights. But I'm also concerned, are the courts going to follow? That's a great concern of me, and I've heard it from residents. I'm told that by statute they cannot.
Right, legally, we have to be here.
Right.
With
But
you guys.
but the question is, where? Where will the courts be? So has there been any dialogue, as you're the chief administrative judge, has there been any dialogue with Muni Court as to where you would go?
So, we haven't had dialogue to where I think we're looking at options of whether or not there's going to be a renovation of the Justice Center or we're going to move. I don't know that anyone's made a decision to move us, but if they have, unfortunately, we haven't been a part of that. We were on the ground level having discussions about the jail,
Yes.
and I was with, I mean, this is like can we talk about something else? But I had no say in Garfield. It wasn't on the list. I don't even know.
Well, neither did
So I
we.
don't know anything about Garfield. So, I hope that we're able to make sure that when
Yeah.
we're utilizing those facilities, that
Yeah.
we're able to still make sure that people are in hearings, that people are safe, that we can
Okay.
have representation. And unfortunately, Councilman, because I don't have the authority to do that, we're kind of trying to operate in what we can in terms of ensuring that, the individuals who are there have access to counsel, have access to court,
Yeah.
they're being safely
Okay.
transmitted. So
Well, you answered the question. I just wanted to find out, had there been any dialogue with the court? Because obviously,
I was going to ask you all that.
yeah.
But
well,
just not
there's-
at this table.
It wasn't nobody,
Not here.
it was nobody's decision around this side of the table to
That
move
is a
the jail.
longer discussion, my friend.
Right.
A long discussion, a 4-year-long
Yeah.
discussion.
Right.
Because
I was
I-
like, we've been, yeah.
Because I keep asking myself, why do we collectively keep making these bad decisions? in the city. We don't. The council doesn't make them, but somebody's making bad decisions on behalf of the city and the county, and it doesn't bode well for the future as it pertains to revenue for the city, employment opportunities for our residents, and access for our for individuals who have who unfortunately have loved ones that are temporarily incarcerated. So you've answered the question. I appreciate it. So finally, Mr. Chairman, again, I always appreciate the judge, her availability. And when I make an inquiry to her, she always gets back to me, which is very important. And I would hope that the other judges hear that as well, because that's old school. When a council person makes an effort to contact the Muni Court judge, for them to respond to me is very important. And I always appreciate you doing that. And showing up at our neighborhood meetings, which is another thing as well, which I think is important. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm through.
And
Thank
you're
you.
always welcome to come visit me.
Yeah, just so it's not in handcuffs, that's all, okay? Thank you. Right, okay.
All right, Councilman
No, sir.
Casey, and then Councilman McCormick and Conwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here today, Judge Early. Just a couple of things.
You want to get on the agenda, or you had a point on Polisic, or? Okay, okay, go ahead. But really, you're supposed to get on the schedule, but on this point, since it is a point, go ahead.
Just, Council President, just from the comments and questions that Dean Polisic asked to the chair, as it regards to anything that goes on with the county building, is it my understanding, do the county executive and the county council has to make a decision on that building? And if so, what type of work do we do to help make sure it's the right decision? Obviously, that building is located in the city of Cleveland, but then also, even the whole jail decision, I think we as a body could have did more to be able to strategize on making sure our issues were brought up before they made that stupid, terrible decision.
So, I really would, it's really a long discussion. We don't have purview. That is a decision because the county jail is run by the county. Originally, there was an 11-member panel that Judge Early and myself sat on. Several of us were focused on trying to push for this to be downtown. We've sent several letters. Several of us have gone to testify at the county, but at the end of the day, it's the county executive's decision. I will tell you that the county executive has only bought the land so far. They still have to go to the ballot for a levy to extend the sin tax or figure out how they're going to have to pay for it. And then there's a separate conversation about where they would like to put the court in the center city. We have had several engagements. There has not been a final decision made, but because the county oversees all the jail operations, pretty much the county council and the county executive make that call. Okay? All right, thank you. Councilman Casey, sorry about that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank Judge Early and Ms. Kenny for being here today. We appreciate it. Just a couple of things. In your seasonal, we see about $100,000 in salary and wages. What has changed in your seasonal program for such an increase?
So the amounts that's budgeted, so the amount that we actually spent and the amount that's budgeted, we have 16 summer students that we have spots for. Sometimes they come all 10 weeks and sometimes they don't. It's depending on the students. In the past, we haven't had a lot of, there are a couple students who did not accept, and part of it was we had to adjust our salary because other places were paying more, so we, for summer students, increased that to $15 an hour, which still is not that much, but we didn't have as many students.
Okay.
And so we had as many in the budget, but we didn't have that many acceptance.
Okay. And then under elected officials, there's not a, elected officials are paid by statutory.
Yes.
You guys, Mr. Chairman, to the judge, Was there an increase in the statutory to give an increase in elected officials' pay?
It was not. I think that and this is kind of, as you see the green sheets for the change, I know that there was conversation about something regarding a 27th week or something of that nature. I'm not, not a 27th week, a 27th pay. I'm not familiar with that. But for judges in general, we have a statute rate. So even if you'd like to give me a raise, you cannot. So, and the green sheet reflects a reduction so that we're staying within the law. So I know that there may have been an increase for that final pay, but the judges are paid twice a month, and the statute sets that for a given amount. Any increases that we get are from the state of Ohio, not the city of Cleveland.
Okay. And then under your contractual services, 2.6 million of the 4.9 has been allocated for the public defender's office?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, to the chair, Councilman, yes, I apologize.
And then to the chair, to the judge, that's reimbursable by the state, correct, in an 85%?
Correct.
All right.
So through the chair to the councilman, that would be about $2.2 million, but it does not go back into the court's budget.
Right. And then, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, how much did the city collect from the state for the reimbursement from the public defender's office for 2023?
Through the chair, I believe that goes to the county, the reimbursement.
No, we get it. They pay us. We get, so it goes through the county, but it comes back to us because the county is not paying for it. So I'm sorry, I apologize.
Please, if
I'm sorry, to the chair, to the councilman. So the city is actually paying the money, so the county could not legally get a reimbursement for money that we are paying. So it goes from the city, from the state to the county to us.
And, Mr. Chairman, to the judge, when you say...
When I say us, I
Wait,
apologize. When I
that-
say us, I mean...
The city.
The City of Cleveland
Okay.
General Fund, not the court.
Okay.
So the county is reimbursed, and then the city is reimbursed from that when we send the invoices there.
Okay, so then, Mr. Chairman, to
And
the
we
C-
have gotten reimbursement, so
All right. Mr. Chairman, to the CFO.
Yeah.
Does the county reimburse us then from the state for the public defender's office?
Through the chair, yes. So it's the miscellaneous line item, Ms. Kenny clarified, is the $1.338 million
Miscellaneous?
in the revenue. Oh, I'm sorry, 1.341. I'm sorry.
All right, so that the reimbursement from the public defender's office is under revenues, under miscellaneous. And that's the reimbursement from,
Yes.
okay. And then who collects that? Does the county just cut a check to the city?
Yeah, through the chair, yes.
Okay. And then speaking with the revenues, Your Honor, fines, forfeitures, and settlements, is that the money that the court
that would,
allocated through fines and forfeitures and everything, but you guys didn't collect that money, correct?
correct. So that's money collected in 2023 for fines, forfeitures, and settlements. That isn't necessarily when the court assessed the fines. It's just when they were collected.
Okay,
So,
but-
and I understand that the court doesn't collect, that would be, it's the collection to the court, through the clerk's office, but we are the ones who generate the fine.
All right, and then, Mr. Chairman, to the judge, that's what was collected. Do you know how much was actually ordered to be for fines or forfeitures and settlements? Look at her, miss. Look at her on top.
I know, right? Sliding me documents. Okay, let's see.
prepared.
So in 2023, so we assessed $10,889,729.
$10,889,000.
And I can get you the sheet. I
Please-
apologize
please
that
do.
we
What
didn't
was the-
provide that ahead of time. I'm sorry.
$10,889,000.
729 with 75 cents. That was assessed in 2023.
Okay. All right.
So then the collection of that would be at, obviously sometime down in the future.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you. And just for clarification, most money that comes to the city, and just real quick question for the finance director and Ms. Gallagher. Most money that comes to the city comes through the county if it comes from the state, because the county is the regional planning unit. So most money, the only money that came pretty much directly to the city was stimulus money or ARPA money. But doesn't most money from the state come through the county to the city because they're the county's the regional planning unit?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure. If you could follow up.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, that 1.3 that came in last year, that just goes into the general fund, correct? It's not allocated for anything, it's just through the general fund.
Through the chair, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, I have McCormick and Conwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that. Welcome, Judge and Chief Kenny. Good to see you at the table here today. I wasn't planning on talking about this, but I'll just make a brief comment. I actually was working with former Council President Kelly and then Council President Griffin on the extensive conversations about the facilities. And I will say that it has always been the understanding that the judicial headquarters, county and city, will remain in the central business district. So I'll just put that out there. That has been the understanding with the county and the city.
Yes.
So let me just clarify that for folks watching, for the press, for anybody out there. So, Mr. President, I'll be quick. All my budget questions have been answered, but a quick point of personal privilege. I want to thank the judge. She runs a well-oiled machine. And you don't hear about her or the court, and that's for a reason, because things go well. But sometimes in this business, not hearing about something is a good thing, and it's a testament to yourself and your staff and your leadership team and everybody on down for keeping the courts running well, keeping justice moving, and keeping things on the right track. So I just want to publicly acknowledge our judge. We're lucky to have her, and as well as your entire leadership team on the good work you do for the courts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Thank you very much. To the chair, to the Judge Early. On page 101, you get separation pay. You went up, I think, about 20%. And the reason is why. Through the chair.
Judge? Or Ms. Kenny?
That's the separation.
So the separation pay would be people who retiring or aging out. So we didn't have that. As you see in 2022, we had a lot of retirements, and then not as many, but we're anticipating that it would be somewhere in the middle of that. So in 2022, we actually had over 300,000 in retirements and separation.
Yes, yeah, $334,000.
So we want to keep people, but sometimes they get to retire. So we try to prevent that, but the good ones. We can't stop them from leaving, though, but you're right.
Who's controlling through the chair to the judge workers' compensation? Is there any kind of system to keep that in line or bring that down? Is it Ed? Is it through Ed? Are we doing it through the chair on our side?
Ms. Gallagher, can you answer that?
Yeah, I don't think it's us.
Through the chair, that's done through financial reporting and control. We get that number from them in the beginning of January, and that's based on claims and other things.
So let me ask you this question. Are we monitoring?
Councilman, do you have a microphone?
No, that one doesn't work.
All right, if we could just, yeah, there you go, right there.
Thank you. Yeah. Experience, young man, experience. Through the chair, with workers' compensation, I don't want to get it at the end of the year, but are we monitoring and controlling that now, as well as through the chair, having classes with the judicial side of the hall, to control costs with workers' compensation?
Through the chair, I'm not aware, but the cost for workers' comp, that pays for 2023.
Right. Well, you know what, if we're controlling that, we need to have, through the chair, we need to have classes with them as well on workers' compensation, how to deal with torts, how to do prevention of torts, how to lift bags or whatever the case may be, i.e. if they see spills that's on the floor in the courts, that someone need to clean it up right away or put a yellow object in front of it, so that way we can control because you know workers' compensation through the chair can get out of control, and it also hurts with sick time. So we want to control those things and control sick time. And we gotta tell Ed we have to get in the middle of that. Prevention is the key through the chair. Sorry, I just want to switch over to that, but we got to. And then what I'll do, follow back up with me and let me know where we're at with that, controlling cost. Moving right along, my other two pieces were taken. You guys do a great job through the chair with different programs, and you're doing prevention. You're doing a lot of prevention. With the human trafficking docket, that's Marilyn B. Cassidy is there.
Yes.
And is she working? She is, what stakeholders is Judge Marilyn Cassidy working with, dealing with rape as well as human trafficking docket, on her docket?
Say that again.
Dealing with, on her human trafficking docket, what key stakeholders is the judge working with? Do you know?
I think she's working with the Cleveland Police Department, the County Sheriff's Department. There's a collaboration to end human trafficking. So a number of agencies, and it's a specialized docket that is certified by the Supreme Court, so we're required to have a number of agencies working with that docket. So I'm not, I don't have the specific ones, but to be certified, all of our special dockets have to have partnerships and a number of people we're working with.
Okay. And how does, and here's the key about measuring. How does she measure that she's, because you have it narrated down, your human trafficking docket, but it's not telling me anything about success. Does she have any goals or objectives?
We do have some graduation rates that I could send to you that I have regarding the specialized dockets. So I could provide those for you.
Yeah, because you know what, through the chair, I like the programs, but you don't have anything to quantify success in the programs. I'm not saying you're not having success. I don't want you to beat me up later about it.
I would never beat a councilman up. That's inappropriate. So, and Councilman, I understand what you're saying. Sometimes in some of these dockets, though, the way that what you may think as a success may just be there is someone, let me give you an example of a mental health docket. It's not necessarily that I'm going to graduate that person out. It's just if there are a number of things that if they're put on probation or that they need certain services, you have to deliver them a different way. And those dockets allow us to kind of focus on the veterans, on the individuals who have a trauma regarding human trafficking, regarding people who have a substance abuse. So, graduation rates are great, but the fact that the court in general just has a specialized way of kind of honing treatment options and giving them those services is, I think, a testament to what the court does.
Is there a budget for these programs?
So
through the chair,
we have grants to cover that, covers most of the programs. We have, look, we're ready with everything. Did they tell you when I have to say? So we have $2.6 million for specialized docket funding for the grant. Well, actually, but it's broken down to 5 years. But we have like a SAMHSA grant. We get grants from Office of Criminal Justice. So we do apply for grants so that we can do funding. And I apologize. I usually present that in my opening remarks. So the specialized dockets, we're not solely relying on funding from the city of Cleveland. We're actively pursuing grants. So we have grant funding so that we can make sure that the people who need these special services are not taxing the other cases and the other residents, but they can get what they need. So we provide that through grant funding.
So you have
And I think that you guys have seen us come to the table and ask to accept certain grant dollars.
and so you guys have a proposal writer?
We have a grant writer
There's a
on
proposal
staff.
writer, because
We
you're
do.
receiving the grants,
We
Judge.
do. We have-
There's no such thing as a grant writer. You have a proposal writer. You write the proposal, and then you get the grant from the funders.
Maybe we
You-
can,
that's how
maybe
they
we
go.
can change the name for you.
No, it's not changing the name. It's just how it goes.
Okay.
You know, and you have a budget, and you got the budget for it, your evaluation process for it.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll see that later. Here's another piece, and I'm going to go see them when budget hearing is over with. Bracknell, and you have Bracknell in your beginning, and all they have there, to the chair, I send people over there because I've been busy right now, is black folks in Bracknell. Is there some kind of way you could tell people that they could switch over to come to the city to visit the judges in the city? Because when you stop us and you do what you're doing over there, you're creating barriers, not you, but they're creating barriers to employment. When you start getting points on your driver's license, all you have in that courtroom is African Americans. It's going to affect their jobs. Some of them might lose their jobs. Barriers to employment, they'll get more points. Insurance rates will go up. It's costing us. It's costing us. I need to get a letter from you guys so I can walk my neighborhood, tell my residents that they don't have to go there and that they could come to see you guys.
So
Through the chair.
through the chair, a point of clarification. So depending on sometimes they will write tickets, they come directly to the municipal court. They also write tickets where you go to Bracknell Mayor's Court. You need to go to Bracknell Mayor's Court, and then you can tell them that you want your case to be sent to the municipal court. So I can't give you a way to get out of that process, but they can say that they want their case heard downtown at the Justice Center.
Yeah, but
So
you
we can
have-
give you that information, but
Right.
just a point of clarification.
Right, because if I
They'd
get
have
that
to-
information, then I can give it to my residents or put it in the newsletters, because you got to beat this. Castro is God, through the chair, the last mayor. You know about, I'm having it out with him. Now we have a new mayor there who used to be the service director in South Euclid. He's there now. And you're killing us. Not you, but they're killing us. But if you give me something that I can give to my residents, they'll come down to see you. I mean, this is serious. This is serious. It hurts me a lot when I see the things that look like racial profiling. I need to see him and talk with him. I hear it's like 93 to 94%. That's what I hear of my people, African Americans, in that courtroom. And that's not good, through the chair to the administrative judge. So I called him. He have not returned my phone call. So he'll look up and I'll be at Bracknell.
Who has not returned your phone?
Your mayor, the mayor of Bracknell. I reached out to him. He have not returned my phone call. I plan to visit him next week, Wednesday, even if it's unannounced. This is serious. Yeah, man, this is serious. This is serious.
I understand.
This is serious. This is not good. So if you can give me some information,
I will.
I mean, we'll walk door to door with my crew, and I'll let them know that they could go to you guys.
We'll
So
do that,
that's
Counsel.
my conclusion. I know I'm not.
No, you're
I'm
fine.
passionate about it. I'm not upset with you.
No, you're fine.
You don't have to.
No, you're
but,
completely fine.
But it means a lot to me.
No, I have it written down, so we'll double back with you.
All right, cool beans, cool beans. Thank you.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions for Judge Early. Like many of my colleagues said, thank you so much for your service. We appreciate all the work that the courts do, and you're a very vital partner in what we do in Cleveland. So thank you so much.
And then thank you. I will also, as I previously stated, provide the statistics to the council, and then get back.
Thank you. Our policy team can get that, and we'll go from there, okay? Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Kenny. All right, next, if we could read the Housing Division, and I'd ask if the Honorable Judge Monet Scott can join us at the table. Please proceed with reading the description for Housing Court.
Begins on page 109, Monet Scott, Judge.
Thank you.
On page 115 is salaries and wages, 2023 unaudited, $3,182,961. Budgeted for 2024, $4,473,580. Total expenditures are on page 116, 2023 unaudited, $4,587,277. Budgeted for 2024, $6,816,000. Staffing levels are on page 117, 2023 December 45, budgeted for 2024 61.
Thank you. Judge, do you want to make any opening remarks?
Good morning, Council President Griffin and council members. Thank you for having Housing Court here today. I wanted to start off by saying that I believe the last estimate is 163 parcels in the city of Cleveland. And today we're gathered with a shared commitment to the vision of creating a vibrant, safe, and equitable communities throughout Cleveland, as well as navigating the challenges, opportunities ahead. This presentation serves as, or budget presentation, serves as a blueprint for how we intend to allocate our resources, innovate processes, enhance services to fulfill our mission effectively. The Cleveland Housing Court stands as a cornerstone institution dedicated to upholding the rights of the tenants, the landlords, and the community at large. Our court plays a pivotal role in ensuring that housing remains a fundamental pillar of stability and prosperity for all residents. We will outline our strategic priorities, financial strategies, and key initiatives aimed at promoting access to justice through virtual hearings and mediations, fostering neighborhood revitalization, and advancing social justice within our jurisdiction. In the face of evolving societal needs, economic dynamics, our budget proposal reflects an approach that balances fiscal responsibility with a steadfast commitment to delivering equitable outcomes. We recognize the importance of prudent financial management in safeguarding the integrity of our operations while remaining responsive to the evolving needs of our constituents. Throughout this presentation, we will delve into specific areas where investments are warranted, whether it be in bolstering educational programs for landlords, tenants, investors, and homeowners, expanding access to legal assistance, and modernizing court infrastructure to improve efficiency and accessibility. Furthermore, we will underscore our dedication to fostering collaboration with community partners, leveraging technology, and implementing community-based practices to drive positive change and address systematic disparities within the housing landscape. As we work together, let us reaffirm our collective resolve to empower individuals, strengthen our housing stock and our communities, and build a future where every resident of Cleveland can thrive. Together, we have the opportunity to shape a brighter tomorrow, one where healthy housing is not just a commodity, but a fundamental human right. Let me also say, I wanted to introduce my staff. I have today my Chief IT, Anthony Crespo, my Chief Housing Court Specialist, Carl Cannonberg, my Chief Bailiff, Deputy Bailiff, Yusuf Russell, my Chief Magistrate, Myra Embry, my Chief Social Worker, Valentina Paz, my Deputy Court Administrator, HR Director, Natasha Farley, and of course, my Chief Financial Officer, Michael Cummings. I believe I captured everybody. All right. A little bit about what's been going on with Housing Court. I believe everybody has an output, and I want to keep in mind that They're still building an infrastructure with the case management system specific for housing court as the general division moves bodies through the court. I always say we move properties through the court. So it's not one of the same where you capture identifiers for individuals like their social security, their height, their date of birth. Here we have to be conscious and understand that you should capture the property's address and the parcel numbers. So it's rethinking how case management systems work. A lot of this data is through manual counts from my chiefs and manual tracking. So it may be a little bit different if a computer was doing it. So in 2023, we had, we had 7,196 civil filings. And in 2023, we had 1,368 criminal filings. That was a drop over the years in the criminal filings. I'm not sure why that is so, but in the handout, I have I thought I had this marked, so that it's a little bit more accessible. Oh, here we go. It's on page 10 of our handout. 2020, there were 2,445 criminal filings. 2021, there was 3,067. Mind you, both of those years were the hike and peak of the pandemic. But in 2021, there was a plus of 622 criminal filings. In 2022, there was a drop of 916 filings, making it a total of 2,151. And last year, 2023, there was a negative 783 cases from the year before, making a total amount of criminal filings 1,368. And to give you some kind of idea of also what the court has been busy in assisting Department of Building and Housing is the search warrants that were issued over the years. 260 in 2020, 175 in 2021. 2022 is 126. And 2023, there was a request for 103 search warrants. Some of the things that, and I'm focusing on the criminal docket first, some of the things that we are doing in the court as I deal with all of the criminal cases that come through housing court alone. I do not share that with my magistrates. That there were 169 defendants that were placed on community control. Last year, 43 of those defendants were terminated early. Properties under housing court's community control jurisdiction for 2023 is 887. I make it a point to bring in all properties owned by a defendant organization, even if it's one property that was there for one count for a health code violation. I firmly believe that if you own property in the city of Cleveland, you're a defendant on the docket, you are responsible for all properties. And the goal of Cleveland Housing Court is to ensure that there is no recidivism or continued cases, criminal cases, while you're on community control. Community control is probation. The properties that were terminated from community control last year was 215. For each property, I'm just going to give you a basic of what I require of each defendant with their properties. They must have rental registration. They must, or an exemption if it's vacant property. They must have lead safe certification or an exemption. They must pay all their outstanding property taxes, and there's always a lot of property taxes outstanding on these properties that reside in the city of Cleveland, even the ones where they're collecting rent. They also must keep their properties clean and free from all junk and debris. And if there are violation notices, which we notice that there are always violation notices on these properties, they are to abate the violations, close out the violation notice in order to complete successful court community control. When they are sentenced, I do, in most cases, give a verbal order not to give, sell, or transfer the property while they're on community control. And for some of those that sold their properties while in the throes of pretrial with the code enforcement prosecutors, I will issue a lis pendens against that. So in 2023, there was 11 prohibition of sale orders with a total number of 63 properties that could not be sold. Also keep in mind that in some cases, we don't have to issue this lis pendens because some of these organizations are coming off the corporate docket and it's already a lien against their properties. One of the biggest things that I've been working with, and some of the council members has assisted in this process, Housing Court cannot have its own mental health docket. But as you must know, as councilmen and women of your ward, there is a problem, a serious problem with individuals that are hoarders. The average individual hoarder is usually around the age of about 60, 65 and older, so they tend to be our seniors. And they can hoard interior within the house and exterior outside of the house. I require that they get assessed through their own insurance process, and if they don't have insurance, we have partnered with, I think it's Pathway Health and also the Black Mental Health organization to try to get an assessment on whether or not these individuals are hoarders. And they are 9 times out of 10 diagnosed as hoarders, which falls in the family of OCD, ADHD, those kind of things, ADHD, OCD. But they're always a dual diagnosis. We've had individuals diagnosed with schizophrenia, manic depression, OCD also, and trying to think of the other ones because I didn't write it down. But I want to thank the council members that have assisted in donating the dumpsters. That is a very expensive overhead cost, and most of our seniors are limited with financial assistance. They're mostly represented by the Public Defender's Office, and they're living on fixed income. And so these dumpsters, to clean out the property, I don't believe that we should just clean the property and get them off of the docket. I firmly believe that they should remain in treatment while they're on community control for their hoarding disabilities. And the problem with hoarding is it's a very understandable thing. I tell everybody because they feel ashamed and embarrassed. I was like, everybody hoards. Some people call it collector's items, but everybody tends to hoard. If you go, and I'm pretty sure council can relate to this, if you go to their emails, you might have 50,000 emails, 60,000, because no one sits there and dump out their emails. That's hoarding in actuality. It's hoarding in the clouds. So
Hoarding in the cloud.
we are determined to make sure that we assist those individuals so that they don't recidivate and come back before the court, and that they get treatment for the needs, because everything is valuable to them and nothing can be thrown away. The wrong one. So again, for community control cases, I don't know if, I think I might have read this, 169 defendants, 43 early terminations, 887 were properties from community control. Let's talk about our civil division, evictions. This year for 2024, we noticed the uptick in 2023, and that's really because the emergency rental assistance expired December 31st of 2022. There was some carryover for the first 1 or 2 months of 2023. But in 2020, the amount of civil cases that were filed was 4,480. In 2021, there were 5,144. That's an increase of 664 cases. In 2022, there was a steep decline in civil cases, mostly evictions, that there were 6,442 cases that were filed. And I got to say, 2022, with the help of Cleveland Housing Network, the donation of the millions of dollars on behalf of City of Cleveland City Council for emergency rental assistance, that was the reason, I apologize, that was an increase of 1,298. But there was a decrease in the actual move-outs. 2023, we are noticing there were 6,196. We are still not at the amount of civil cases and eviction cases that were filed pre-pandemic, where they were in the double digits. So we hope that the right to counsel, which I think has been effective, 2024 will be really the more proven point, as there's no or very limited emergency rental assistance. But to give you some kind of idea, there were 4,519 residents that received right to counsel through Cleveland Housing Court. In 2023, the amount of evictions that happened, let me just say, 2020, there were 691 actual physical evictions. Those are the ones that are followed through. In 2021, there were 591, which is a minus of 100 evictions, physical move-outs. 2022, there were 628, which is a small increase to plus 37. And unfortunately, in 2023, the physical move-outs conducted by my bailiff's department was 1,440, which is an increase of 812 from the prior year. Mediation has been a driving force in housing court that really went into effect during the pandemic. And to give you ideas of what kind of cases we put in there, we put different cases in mediation. So it's eviction, second cause, rent deposits, and our more complicated cases through the ADR specialists. In 2020, there were 718 evictions. 2021, 706, which was a decrease. 2022, eviction cases, 1,237. And in 2023, there were eviction cases that went through mediation, I apologize. There were 1,440. So there is a steady uptick in mediation. I can even see it in the past 2 months for the 2024 year. Also, the dedicated staff of our housing court specialists, I can't underestimate them or forget to mention them. We have actual residents that come in to Cleveland Housing Court, even throughout the eviction process. And I want to be mindful of that. In 2020, there were 4,532 individuals that visited Cleveland Housing Court Specialists Department. These are people that just come in every day without an appointment or anything. 2021, there was 4,248. 2022, there's 4,249. And 2023, a large uptick, was 4,847. They received last year 8,291 phone calls for the housing court specialists, and they returned 3,096 phone calls when residents left voicemail. I want to just say that staffing of my staff it's not the best. We're in hallways, in cubicles, trying to conduct hearings, almost to the point where I feel like we're becoming a fire hazard in that hallway. We share the 13th floor with 3 other judges who also have jury trials from the general division. And then we take up all of their office where their attorneys could have conference calls or meetings with their clients or the prosecutors. We're currently occupying all of the available space on the 13th floor. 80% of my staff is on the 13th floor. The remaining is on the 3rd floor, which is the bailiff's department. And it pretty much prohibits me from expanding if we need additional services, which we do, but also when we get down to being fully staffed, we will face the complications of where do we put the staff. The Justice Center is prime real estate, so wherever space is available, no one wants to relinquish that. I believe under Judge Pianka, there was a glass build-out, a large conference room on the 3rd floor to allow us to have conference meetings and those things. We had been in discussion with Cuyahoga County during the pandemic about a possible another build-out, and I believe Director Dumas assisted us with that, with earmarking money specifically if that needs to happen. I'm not sure when the new Justice Center will be built, but that is a problem with Cleveland Housing Court. That being said, I can take any questions.
Thank you so much, Judge. First and foremost, I want to commend you and thank you personally. And I know that Councilwoman Gray and myself had a huge issue around apartment buildings around the Shaker Square area, and your court was very helpful, especially in 12701 Shaker Boulevard. I also love the idea that you have to attach all of the properties to that owner when they come in front of your bench, which I'm not sure has been done. And I think this is a huge shift, and really saw it in person when I actually came to your courtroom. And I have to say that was very, very innovative. So appreciate that.
Thank you.
Couple of things that I do want to make sure that we ask: is your budget sufficiently staffed for what we believe is going to be a wave of violations and other things to hold people accountable through Residents First? And has Building and Housing really sat down and worked with you to make sure that there is a transition, that if your courtroom sees this influx of cases, are you ready for them?
The good thing about me being a judge is I'm used to high volume. So as a former county prosecutor, as a former city prosecutor, the volume with the criminal cases, because I typically deal with that. I have not had the luxury to go through the Residents First. I guess it's the edited version, the one that actually passed.
Yeah.
I was going through that. When I got an email with that attachment, I didn't even know that they were doing that. I knew that they were working on overhauling some old language and dealing with minor misdemeanor tickets and citations, minor misdemeanor tickets versus citations, as they've discovered that the inspectors should not have been writing tickets. And so we had to come up with a way to still allow it to be a waiverable offense in the computer system, but it actually comes through as a citation where it looks just like a complaint. Anything else, I do hope that we sit down with, and it wouldn't be the Director of Building and Housing, it would be the Law Department Code Enforcement Prosecutor section with Chief Roberts. And I think Chief Roberts has probably one of the most clearest understanding of how housing court works, as And I got to say, the reason we struggle to get staff is he was poached by Mayor Bibb to be the chief. But I think it was a good poach in that he knew what the code enforcement prosecutors were lacking when they came before the court, and he knows the court's needs. So we hope to sit down with him, and when I say we, it must also include the clerk's office, because we have to make sure that everything is going through the Odyssey case system and they're recording and capturing the new ordinances, if there are new ordinance numbers that were added into this, and anything that comes through is seamless through the housing court.
Awesome. The other thing, you know, I'm very passionate, as you are, about the lead crisis in the city of Cleveland.
Yes.
And just, you know, I think that you've always tried to crack down on these, but I would like to see us pick up the pace. And I don't see how many have been adjudicated or out of these cases have been for lead orders or anything, but can you have any ideas about how that looks with lead orders or anything else like that?
So the lead orders had, in all honesty, just started coming through this year,
This
January.
year? Okay.
The lead orders are coming through. There's been an increase in going after those violators that never abated from past lead orders. And then there's been an increase on behalf of the Code Enforcement Prosecutor's Office against those individual landlords that have not got their lead safe certification.
Okay.
Even while they're on community control, that's the first thing I tell them to obtain, especially if the property is occupied, is to get their lead safe certification. The court cannot tell the code enforcement prosecutors not to issue a charge for that violation. And so lately they have been doing it, which causes a violation with the defendants that's on my docket.
Okay, thank you. Those are only questions that I have. I have Councilman Mike Polinsik, and I'm going to temporarily turn this over to Councilman McCormick. So I have Councilman Mike Polinsik, KZ, Harsh, and Gray. And then I'm going to temporarily turn this over to Councilman McCormick. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my honorable colleagues, and to the judge and your staff. The housing court is one of the most important areas of the city of Cleveland, and I can recall many, many years ago when a group of us in council lobbied in Columbus to create the housing court, and I was a part of that group, and I was trying to sit here and jog my memory. Jim Rackakis, former Judge Ray Pianco, Fannie Lewis. There was a group of us that actively were engaged because we saw what was happening in the city. So it takes me to today in 2024 where the #1 complaint into my office is building and housing code concerns, and health is a close a part of that. It far exceeds issues of crime and public safety. But again, there is a correlation between crime and public safety and housing, especially abandoned homes in our neighborhoods. What the question I need to ask of you is, have you seen any uptick, and I don't know where it is in your document, if you can show it that you presented to us, where more cases are coming to you from the city being directed to you?
Judge?
To the chair, to Councilman Polinsik, there's been a drive down in criminal cases through the court. As I kind of reiterated, you
Right.
can see it on the chart, that there is a negative of cases that was filed in 2023. I don't know the reason for that. I think I heard Director Martin O'Toole say something like they were busy doing the what do you call it, the assessments of all the properties.
Okay.
But it only takes one inspector, or however they have it set up, to go
Right.
over to the prosecutor's office to get a complaint signed off on by them and to file it.
Okay.
You know, having dilapidated properties by us, vacant properties, unhealthy properties, dumping, it doesn't stop when you decide to kind of audit the city. And therefore,
Excuse me. Go ahead.
it's no problem, that it should continue to increase. I can say that I am, as I stated to Council President Griffin, there is an increase in the lead going after the lead violators.
Okay, so criminal cases are down. And where are your civil cases? Where are they in relationship to previous years?
It's going up. It's an increase.
Okay.
In 2023 is an increase, and I believe 2024 is on track to be an increase just from the 2 previous months.
Yeah, because what I've learned from you and then your predecessors over the years, especially Judge Bianca, who would tell me so often, and you've said the same thing to me, Councilman, we can only deal with what is before us.
Yes.
And if the cases are not being directed to us, and I think that's for the people who are viewing this at home, is that somehow they believe that the court is in charge of the number of cases coming in, and they're not. It's the city. It's the
Correct.
law department. It's building and housing, et cetera, et cetera. And what the tsunami of cases, unfortunately, that we are getting in the city, especially with regard to the LLCs buying up properties, of great concern us, because I'm dealing with the property today in Ward 8 community in Collinwood and sections of Glenville, where the owners are in Belgium, France, England. I mean, I could go down. It's like United Nations of owners, which is something that I never experienced as a senior member here. When I looked at a property in the day, it was owned by Mr. and Mrs. Jones, or someone you could identify, or lived locally or in Cuyahoga County. Now they're all over the world, and I see the impact that it's having on our community. And that's why when you mentioned to the council president, and I got to tell you, I was a little shocked here that no one from the administration engaged you in the construction or the origination of Residents First. I'm like sitting here, what?
Yeah.
The person who's going to be ultimately enforcing the law, there's no engagement for your thoughts, your comments, your suggestions?
Right. To the chair, to the councilman, I was a little bit shocked also that no one engaged me. I know that the law department was talking about, and it was really a focus on health, some of the health
Yes.
codes. But no one reached out. I didn't even know it was coming through. It could have been mentioned through the VAPAC meeting. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't attend those. I have my chief housing court specialist. But when I stated before, this is where the rubber meets the road.
Oh, yeah.
Everything plays out before the court. So I see all of the imperfections of Department of Building and Housing and the code enforcement prosecutors. The question is, would they be properly staffed to handle an influx of cases? They have 3 new ones, plus Prosecutor Armstrong's been there for a minute.
Yes.
But it's the total of 4 that are actively sitting on these cases. I can handle it, but I'm a process and procedure person. I don't like chaos, so I have to think every process and procedure through. The unfortunate part is a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people will make laws, not just the law department here, but just general. But it looks pretty on paper, but how does it play out?
Okay.
And so I can't honestly say will we be perfectly staffed, because one, I haven't went through all of it, the nuances of what's been added. I don't think anything specifically has been added that would come before my court. I know there was a desire to do civil sanctions, which kind of makes no sense to me, as I've heard them say that'll get people in faster. You struggle to get people in just for criminal cases.
Right.
And so you don't want to see, I have a case now, which I have to go back across the street to deal with, where there was 2023, there's 25 minor misdemeanor tickets written on one property, 25. I did not go through all of them. But, he never appeared before the court, but 25 minor misdemeanor tickets is a little excessive. I mean, 25 cases.
And I would say, and through the chair to you, that's ridiculous, quite frankly. Because I would argue that point years ago when I would see tickets being issued. Why aren't you citing them and putting them in court? The ticket, with a lot of property owners in the city, especially absentee, that ticket is just the cost of doing business. They just paid a ticket,
Yeah.
and nothing changes. The house still continues to sit there, and it's almost like you're giving them an excuse or an escape path so they don't have to address the concern. So you've raised a good point. What I'm officially asking through the chair to you, I would hope through your team, because you have some very competent people over there, that you would take a look at the first residence legislation that we passed. And if there's something that you think we need to tweak or that we need to take a new look at, I would greatly request that of you, because we've got to make sure this works. Because we see what's happening. Those of us, I was born in Glenville, raised in Conwood, and I see what's happened to our city, to my neighborhood, my old neighborhood. I'm appalled by what I've seen happen here. How our housing stock has declined, how these people have just taken advantage of us, and now not only coming in where we cannot identify ownership, but now just jacking up the rents.
Yes.
And this new phenomenon that I'm experiencing where in the past they want to sign you to a lease. Now it's month to month. So they can jack up the rent, and if you don't pay the rent or agree to the increase, now they start the eviction process. I'm going through that right now with the elderly lady that lives off Lake Shores, lived in her house for 7 years, and all of a sudden this outside group comes in and buys the house. They jack their rent up $100 and a quarter a month. And she either pays it or she has to leave.
Yes.
And when you hear folks crying on the phone, or you engage them and you hear their tearful stories, how they don't want to leave their home, but they can't afford to live there anymore because of these outside characters that are coming in, preying upon our citizens, it raises serious concern. So my thing is this: fine, you want to jack up your rent, pal, you better maintain that property. You're going to fix that house from top to bottom, because I'm going to be on you like white on rice if you don't.
And I totally understand that, to the chair, to the councilman. One thing that I do require on all of my criminal cases is that it cannot be a property manager that comes in on behalf of the LLC. It must be the principal agent, the CEO, the director, whatever they want to call themselves, because they are the sole proprietor.
Right.
Because I don't quite get how the attorney, and I know an organization is not an individual. That is the reason why they can't go to jail. You know, landlords, why aren't landlords going to jail for these slum properties? It's the protection of being an LLC.
Right.
So one of the things that I do is I require, because I go on record and say, state your full name, who are you with regards to, what position do you hold with regards to the LLC? If they say I'm the property manager, then I stop the hearing, I don't take the plea, or I don't do the sentencing, and then I make sure that the actual property manager, the actual property owner or the LLC, sole proprietor, director, principal agent is present, and that they remain present when they're placed, or if they're placed on community control.
Through the chair, can you go after the fiduciary agent of the property, or is that, you cannot do that?
You
by
can't
law?
do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, again, I would ask Judge respectfully to look at the legislation that passed. We dealt with building and housing yesterday where the council, and I want to thank the council president and all members of the body who advocated strongly that those staff positions be put back in building and housing that were deleted, because we said, wait a minute, you're taking critical staff positions out. How are you going to enforce the new law? So those positions were restored. It's something we're going to be looking at and monitoring very closely. We want this to work because we see what's happening to our neighborhoods. Far too many homes are in disrepair. Far too many people are sucking rent out of our city and not putting anything back. We want this to work, and the housing court, to me, is the stabilizer, is to level the playing field, to say if you want to own property in the city of Cleveland, you're going to have to maintain it. And those who can't, because I've never seen you or your predecessor ever punish someone who's poor, who can't maintain their property, who's struggling. You try to work with them, and that's the other thing we need to say. So, you should not be afraid if you are cited and you are the owner occupant, you should not be afraid to go into housing court if you just can't. You should be able to explain yourself what the situation is. So, you know, we maybe could get you into some programs to help you improve that property.
Absolutely. And I got to say, to the chair, to the councilman, the City of Cleveland Senior Initiative is a really, really awesome program.
Good.
With Building a Housing Senior Initiative Inspector Shockley, who's dedicated,
Mike
love
is
our seniors.
wonderful.
And
Man.
is always there to assist, and it's how you do it. So
Yeah.
he does it with a caring nature. And then also our health inspector, well, I think I shouldn't say but the City of Cleveland's health inspector, but I believe he's been transferred, was Inspector Mancuso.
Okay.
These two are the ones that bring hoarding to the court's attention. But they also work diligently, and the court and the senior initiative has worked closely with senior initiative coordinator, Mr. Tyco.
Okay.
So they come in on these hearings. I have not had an episode or incident where the SHAP program took a lifetime to get. As soon as I took the bench, I had someone on my selective intervention program docket, a senior, that was waiting to get her roof repaired, and she had to, and you just saw probably a news story, she had to keep resubmitting documents over and over again. And so I asked my specialist what was going on and why hasn't this application been processed. And remember, I was a Fair Housing Administrator in Department of Community Development, so I know
Right.
who's over that SHAP program. But I threatened to subpoena everybody in here to explain to the court why are these application processes taking too long. I know there is a time limit. And so if I see some seniors that are struggling with time management and getting documents to them, we usually connect them with our social worker
Yep.
to make sure that those documents, everybody's not computer savvy, so that they get the documents to them timely.
Yes. Okay. Well, I appreciate, maybe you ought to subpoena more people, okay? Because at the end of the day, we've got to get help for our folks that need help. And we're all frustrated how long it takes to get things done around here. But please, let us know on Residents First if there's something we needed to tweak that legislation, enhance it, improve whatever it may be, or if you think there's something in there that's not going to be workable, then we need to know that. So on that point, again, I want to thank the judge and her staff. Thank you.
Thank you,
Just in
Council.
time, Councilman. Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, to Your Honor, I just want to piggyback on what Councilman Polensek said. I think it's disheartening that our Building and Housing Department didn't reach out and have any conversations with the court in regards to how we can hopefully make this Residents First successful. So I wish you good luck with dealing with that going forward.
Thank you.
In the budget, under contractual services, the professional services, we have a $200,000 increase. Is there any way, Mr. Chairman, to Your Honor, that you can provide to us who your 2023 professional service contracts were and who you anticipate going forward? I don't anticipate you have that today, but unless you do.
I think we do, because we talked about, I'm sorry, to the chair, through the chair to the councilman. The 261,000 was the increase. That is for, I believe, when we have, and we've had them through quite a bit last year, the National College. Who does the renovation? What's the name of them? But they can't, and I think they've worked with City Hall also. They're the ones that put all the plexiglass through last year. Oh, the National Office. It's two organizations, and I apologize, I don't have the names. But we have had to do additional build-outs with cubicles. We had to get into fire compliance, fire code compliance.
13th floor.
Because I think on the 13th floor in the hallway, I think our build-out was encroaching on a safe way out. And so they had to come back and measure and place the cubicles a little bit, make them smaller, actually. Then we've also did an overhaul of our jury room, because we actually have jury trials in housing court. In our jury room was very antiquated. It wasn't user-friendly, small tables, old chairs. It just needed a serious update.
Okay.
And I want to say that there was money that was possibly carried over that then Finance Director Dumas had allocated because we talked about an additional build out and we had been in communication about 2 years ago for that. And so it might have been placed I do apologize, I can't remember, but those are the things that we're struggling with. How do we pay to place our staff?
Okay. And then, last thing, under revenues, fines, forfeitures, and settlements, $747,585 was unaudited, what was collected on behalf of the housing court for 2023.
Yes.
Same question that went to the judicial branch. Do you know how much, though, in fines and forfeitures the court initiated? It's either you or Mr. Cummins.
So we don't have a tracking system, and I can talk to I didn't have a chance to talk to him yesterday, my chief IT who printed me up a document. I don't believe we have a way of breaking down that collection because it's court costs and fees. I personally tend not to charge fines. I rather the money of the fines, I have people with a $250,000 fine wants to plea. I rather that money goes back into the property to make sure that it's safe and it's healthy, that they pay the property taxes on it, that they get their certifications and things like that. So all of the money that we typically collect on the criminal side are court costs and fees for that.
No, Mr. Chairman, to Your Honor, I understand that, and I know you don't, the court doesn't physically collect the money, right? But I'm saying, do you have a dollar amount of how much you've actually, not that you've collected, but that you actually ordered in fines or
court costs.
Forfeitures?
I do not.
Okay. Is there any way, Mr. Chairman, to the judge, for you to find that out? Can you? Does your system have that ability? Like, we know the judicial branch said that they ordered 10 million, right? Rough, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm looking for from the housing court. How much you actually ordered, not collected.
Right. I don't think that we have a way that we can pull it out. We issue orders, and so we would have to remember what case those orders were issued on. I do know that whatever I order is paid because most of the LLCs want to be done with the court.
Mm-hmm.
So with regards to that, I can't say because then I don't even know what's coming in as far as the minor misdemeanors to the clerk's office on behalf of the defendants.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Chris Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple questions about Residents First and enforcement, and then some of the other things that the housing court's doing, unique approaches. So, through the chair to the judge, good morning. Thank you for coming down. It's good to see you. The Residents First legislation, Mr. Chair, it's been discussed for years in VAPAC meetings. I know those are held monthly and they're open to the housing community. And most of what showed up in Residents First took years to develop, and those conversations have been had. And I know Housing Court's part of that. And that's really where a lot of this was sort of like, knocked around for the first time. But through the chair to the judge, when we make these changes in ordinances to the rental registry, and moving forward, the hope is that the court fully enforces the Cleveland laws. So if somebody comes to you for an eviction or for a violation, I suppose it would be the two big categories, that the court is first ensuring that that property is in full compliance with rental registry and lead safe certification. So through the chair to the judge, could you talk a little bit about how you actually enact that enforcement, what that looks like in your courtroom?
Thank you. To the chair, through the chair to the councilman. So the lead safe certification on the civil side, we can no longer enforce because of a ruling from the 8th District Court of Appeals. However, that was never meant to be permanently in place. It was requested that we kind of educate people about when they started doing, the city started doing the zip code rollout, that we educate those landlords about, so they just filled out an affidavit that you have, your zip code is not up yet, so you don't need to have your lead safe done on the property, from, you know, your property is excluded to your property has its lead safe certification, and they would attach it. But that was set to expire December 31st of 2021, I believe, or
Right.
2022.
All zip codes are complete.
When the zip codes
Everybody's
were done.
supposed to be in compliance.
So we are prohibited from asking anything about lead safe certification because, you know, the 8th District said that that's really the Department of Building and Housing to do from a criminal aspect.
Sure.
And it shouldn't bar people from accessing evictions. But with regards to the renter registration, I enforced when I took the bench, probably within a couple of months, that they must have updated renter registration certification attached to their complaint, that they must be in good standing with the Secretary, the State Secretary of Ohio. Those two things are really important in that it's not just the property managers, it's what they kind of come through on behalf of the property owner, but that they must be, that property owner on the county treasurer's office that says they own the property, they must also be in good standing with the Secretary of State, meaning they must have a statutory agent. The renter registration, according to then Director Ayanna Blue Donald, she said after my first year or second year, there was about a 500% increase in people applying for renter registration.
Great.
It's a lot of landlords operating still because they come on my criminal docket without renter registration.
So through the chair, when a person comes into court on an investment property, and at what point in their interaction with housing court are they required to verify their compliance with Cleveland's rental registry requirements?
To the chair, to the councilman, are you talking about the civil or the criminal docket?
Either side.
The civil, when they file that complaint, it must be an updated rental registration certificate attached to that complaint.
Okay. And then through the chair, so how do you verify that it's filled out correctly? And I know that this is going to become a city problem, right? This is, Building and Housing has a new huge burden to gather more information for the rental registry, including the local agent in charge, for LLCs that are registered further than one county away. So an LLC from Hamilton County or an LLC from out of state or out of country will need to have that local agent in charge, and that will be the burden of Building and Housing. But when people fail to comply and come into court wanting to seek an eviction, let's use that example, they want to do an eviction, how does your court, through the chair to the honorable judge, how does your court verify that rental registry as being in compliance? Do you ask the city, or do you just look at it yourself, or what's that process look like on your end?
We're only limited to look at the four corners of the document. So we're looking for the address of the property and whether or not the rental registration is updated or expired. That's it. Any of the other things that cross, because we've seen it, we've seen that the rental registration may be by the property manager and not the LLC owner. I don't think we have any control over that because civil is just simply that. We're just making sure that you're following the local rules that's established and also the Landlord-Tenant Act that's established.
And so through the chair, for the people at home, civil means eviction?
Yes.
Eviction filing is a civil filing? Okay.
Yes.
So through the chair then to the judge, so do you check Acela? Do you check the city's online record-keeping system to see if that property is up to date on its rental registry, or do you just ask them to supply you with the printed proof on their, like the defendant or the?
So on the criminal docket, we do a little bit things different. Once we have a conviction, I order a PSI, a pre-sentence investigation report by my housing specialist. And so they can check, But because they carry a docket, a caseload, I'm asking them to have them supply that information.
Okay.
But it is typically, because I don't think until, I guess, the new legislation, anybody could get, or you can transfer the rental registration. When you sell the property, just give them the, I'm not sure what was going on prior.
Yeah. So to the chair, to the judge, because we don't really get a chance to talk about this, the housing court and the legislative branch, but out there in the world, what is happening is unscrupulous property management companies have agreements with out-of-state, out-of-country owners that we don't know about, that you don't know about, I don't know about, nobody knows about, because they're not recorded for public documents and for public consumption anywhere. They're just private agreements between an out-of-state investor and a local property manager. And in that agreement that none of us can see is a paragraph about how the property manager will provide legal representation on behalf of that LLC should they show up in court. So when that property manager is overseeing a house that gets called, that they have to go in for eviction or they come in for a violation, they just call their buddy the lawyer who represents all their clients for them, and they show up in court and they say, okay, I'm here for this LLC, here's my proof that I have their permission to represent them, and they proceed with whatever the case is. I guess what I'm trying to get out, Mr. Chair, to the judges, with the new requirements for rental registry, how do we ensure that that lawyer is coming in with more than just their verification that they can represent that client, but is actually coming in with a full, complete rental registry, which now has to disclose who that agent in charge is that retained them?
Mm-hmm. To the chair, through the chairs to the councilman, let's go back to the criminal side.
Sure.
So, as I stated earlier, when they come in for a plea and I get the conviction, they're found guilty, I, first of all, before I even take the plea, I make sure that that person that is before the court is the actual owner of that LLC. So it's not the property manager, and I have to tell them the property managers can come in on the civil side, but they cannot come in on the criminal side.
But Your Honor, through the chair, can't that LLC be represented by any lawyer that they retain?
Yes.
They don't have to come in person. We don't bring in people
Well,
from
no, I
Australia.
require, I'm sorry, to the chair, through the councilman, I require in person. Minor misdemeanor is one thing, but I even require it then. The other thing is that when they're coming in for misdemeanors in the first degree. And so as an organization, you're looking at, for each day that you fail to comply, you're looking at a $5,000 fine, and you're looking at 5 years of community control, which is probation. I tend to put everybody on probation because I got to get an understanding of what's going on with all the properties. Because that PSI will say this particular property owner LLC, and it gets real tricky to deal with this, is because a lot of LLCs will change their names in the midst of when they get this violation notice, but it is still the actual defendant representative or the representative, the principal agent, that'll have 10 different names. It'll say ABC 123, ABC 124, and so forth. And so I got to give kudos to my housing court specialist department. We have been tweaking this thing all the way down up until today even, that they do a full workup. So they find out, does this LLC own other properties? Does this defendant representative who placed the plea on record as the principal agent of an LLC, do they own property in their own individual capacity? Because we even have that. And so they'll come back when it's time to sentence with a list, and I'll ask them on record, do you own this property? And then after we've had this discussion, before I render my sentencing, we proceed that way. So that's when we start doing rental registration, making sure that there's no P.O. box registered with the Secretary of State, because you can't get service on a P.O. box number.
The reason I'm asking, Mr. Chair, to the judge is that, we've been City Council put a lot of effort into the Residents First legislation, and just yesterday we secured 20 more vacancies from the pool back into building and housing, so that Director Martin O'Toole can hire the people she needs to fully enforce this new housing code. And we would all expect a large volume of new cases to be coming your way as a result of exterior violations on the point of sale, the exterior point of sale, but also on holding local agents in charge responsible for those properties. And I would expect and suspect that a large number of disgruntled local agents in charge are going to show up in your court over the next couple of months and years, bothered that they have to be there as the local agent in charge of out-of-state, out-of-country properties, because pass if they simply send a lawyer in on their behalf, right? They are now responsible for that property as well. And this should be an increase in volume of cases and caseload. And that's why I'm just trying to understand the mechanics of how that process plays out when that local agent or the lawyer for the local agent comes in and says, no, they're not here. I'm representing everybody. And we just want to at least verify that we know who that local agent is if they're trying to sidestep the rental registration in Cleveland by sending the lawyer in to slam his briefcase down and say, I'm here in charge.
And so there's a focus kind of on through the chair to the councilman. There's a focus on the court and the focus on Department of Building and Housing, but the most important focus is on the code enforcement prosecutors. They're responsible for doing that because the court doesn't get involved until they're ready to do a plea or we have to go to trial. So to make sure that the person that's going through the pre-trials, getting the documents and adhering to some of the fundamental laws that were created, the Department of Law prosecutors are responsible for that portion. Now, if it gets past them, which it often does, then the court, once it receives the conviction and starts its sentencing, we can go into a little bit better. I've brought things to the prosecutor's attention. I can't tell them to go get these additional charges.
Yeah.
But I've brought it to their attention. They sold the property without a certificate of disclosure. They sold the property without being registered with the state of Ohio. And so they're responsible for then saying, determining whether or not they're going to pursue additional charges.
It's very helpful, Your Honor. Thank you very much, because you're absolutely right. The city prosecutor would have to make sure that the defendant is who the city requires to be present. Mr. Chair, what do I have, like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute?
Councilman, you have 1 minute left.
1 minute, great. My last question is about the kiosks, because I'm also very, very much a fan of novel approaches to difficult problems. But I see that the court has put 4 kiosks in the community out in libraries. I think there are a couple of justice centers. So it looks like from your report that the kiosks were used 91 times. That's about 23 times each, which is about twice a month, less than twice a month per kiosk. So through the chair, as you said, Your Honor, things can look pretty on paper, but how's it play out? Have we looked at the cost? Have you looked at the cost per client for kiosk versus just general come on down to the Justice Center? Because it seems like those costs could be exorbitant in comparison. And then that's the first question. And the second one is, where in the budget are the kiosk costs?
And Councilman, that is your final question. So we're going to allow the judge to respond to that, but then that is your time. Judge?
Thank you. Through the chair to the councilman. The kiosks were all purchased and the equipment was purchased through an Ohio Supreme Court grant. So there was no cost towards the city of Cleveland with regards to financing that. The ongoing costs for those kiosks are just the Zoom fees. And if the equipment breaks, then we will inherit that cost.
Thank you, Judge, and I'm mad I wasn't able to make that groundbreaking in Ward 3. I had a conflict that day, but we're excited to have that in the Carnegie Library. Councilwoman Gray, you are up.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Hello, Judge Scott.
Good morning.
Always a pleasure to be in your company. I just want to also, Chair, to Judge Scott, to commend you on everything you've done for the Shaker Square apartments in that area, and also to, what you also, continuing to help the tenants in that area, as well as across Ward 4. I just want to say I thank you for your efforts of helping single mothers and single women in court dealing with eviction cases and kept them in the, their apartments as well. So I want to appreciate you on those efforts too. I only have like maybe 2 questions. Chair to Judge, pertaining to your community control cases, how does that deal with quick deeds?
Judge?
Or do that deal with quick deeds?
Through to the chair to the councilwoman. When you say quick deeds, like if it's taking place before they come to court?
Yes, because you stated, Chair, to the judge, you stated that you have cases, you have cases whereas some landlords will transfer their property to another owner, to buy it in the midst of them coming to court, per se. And how does this interact with a quick deed?
Through the chair to the councilwoman. First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
And then also, so the court we still proceed with the case with regards to the owner of the property when it initially got its violation notice, because guess what? The violation notice doesn't disappear even if you transfer the property. I can't deal with it because a lot of times it's being done during pretrial, and so the prosecutors are responsible for that. How they deal with their pretrial cases, we can't get involved. I can't get involved as a court. But I've kind of initiated a much shorter pretrial time limit, right? Because what I was finding out is that some of these cases were continuously going on for pretrial for no reason. I mean, they'll ask, hey, prosecutor, can we have another continuance? It's a quick thing. It's like exchange discovery and then determine if this is going to plea, or you're going to have a bench trial or a jury trial and be done with it. But the multiple continuances I've seen on cases, I don't know the rationale behind that, but it's a conversation with the code enforcement prosecutors. Now I limit pretrials to only 2. The initial pretrial is to exchange discovery, and then the additional pretrial is to make a determination whether a plea is going to be offered, or you're going to go for it with a jury trial, or you're going to go for it with a bench trial. It's a lot of things the court has no control over. It is driven through the code enforcement prosecutors. If you don't have a very aggressive code enforcement prosecutors, a lot of stuff is going to fall by the wayside. I mean, that's just been the day-to-day order.
Okay, I understand now. You made it clear because I have dealt with a lot of, chair to the judge, I have dealt with a lot of incidents that came up with quick deeds. In the process of a slum landlord in your court dealing with the deplorable conditions, on their property. And then next thing I realized that a quick deed was done. So that's why I asked that question. How can that be stopped in the midst of them in your court without them transferring over to a quick deed, and then someone else ending up with the slum building, and then another process is happening all over again?
Even the organization is innocent until proven guilty. I'm through the chair to the councilwoman. So, when I give them a sentence, I usually pace it out 30 days. But once I accept the plea, I find them guilty, I do give them a warning. I'll ask them, how many other properties do this LLC own, or you as an individual, how many more properties do you own? And they'll say, oh, I own about 5. A lot of times it's oh gosh, I don't know. I think 2 or 3. It ends up being 10 or 15. But I tell them, okay, that's no worries, we'll find out. But in the meantime, before we have this sentencing, do not sell, gift, or transfer any properties that are in the LLC name or in your individual name because it won't play out favorably. And that's good if they play it to 10 counts. What is that, $50,000 fine? Or they play it out to 100 counts. That's good, but when there's complaints coming through with a one-day count and this property has been out of compliance for years, a $5,000 fine for an organization and a $1,000 fine, it's nothing the court can do if they decide to sell some properties. So it's being conscious of those things that are being determined out of the Code Enforcement Prosecutor's Office.
No, thank you for that. And just one last comment, it's not a question. I want to just commend you on the Zoom kiosk, which I was there in Councilman Bishop place when the kiosk came into the Mount Pleasant Library. So I want to commend you on that. The residents in that area per se, they appreciate it, and I believe it is and has been utilized effectively. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gray. We are now on to Councilman Starr.
First to the chair, Judge, I want to say thank you for the work you do. One of the things that I always find it hard pressing is when people be trying to evict people who pay $20 in rent. You know, like some of these property and landlords be outrageous. The living conditions that they have, it takes a lot. So I definitely would keep it real brief. I've been dealing with an issue, obviously, over at Rainbow Terrace with this HUD renovation. When building the housing was here, I talked to Director Martin. We got a long thread to figure out how we can get the support that we need over there with the residents as they get this renovation. So I know offline I'm going to just get with you, talk about some different things, share some stuff that's going on. But I definitely want to just put it out there on record. Through the chair to the judge, I appreciate the work that you're doing. I see the things that you've changed. I see the data is being provided. It's never easy doing the work when you got to have a system in place that was probably not modernized, but it was something that was slowly going forward. But since you've taken over, you've done a great job, and I like the work that you do, and I just want to say thank you for continuously helping us out in our city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Well under your time, sir. Today. Mr. Sergeant at Arms. But to make up for your time, Councilman Joe Jones.
I'm gonna
You know I love
his 8 minutes
You
he
know
didn't
I
use.
love you.
And so you can add it on to me because I'm gonna use every bit of my seconds and moments I got because that's the reason why the people elected me to get down to the
That's right,
business
Councilman. You got the floor.
of taking care of their work. And so when we have these hearings here, as council members, it's our responsibility to perform oversight.
That's right.
And so I take it seriously. And I take it seriously because there's so many problems and issues in the city of Cleveland, and especially particularly around housing and housing stock. And Mr. Chairman, I go way back when this whole court was created. Mike Polensek, Fannie Lewis, and others, Ray Pianca, was a part of putting this whole proposition together for one purpose. And that purpose was to have the kind of tool in place to be able to improve the housing stock in the city of Cleveland. Those people in that period of time, their vision was, how do we make Cleveland better? How do we retain our existing population? How do we have the tools necessary to be able to bring in more residents into the city of Cleveland? And unfortunately, we've had a reversal. And there's a number of reasons why that is. But I want to start delving into some of it. First, I want to say thank you to Monet Scott, who happens to be a resident in my neighborhood. So we're appreciative to have you living in our neighborhood. We hope to keep you for a very, very long time, if all possible. And with saying that, I want to just jump into, on the budget book here, if we would look at page 117. How many, and I'm not sure if you could elaborate on vacant full-time. Is there 14 positions that are vacant there? Is that number correct? And the reason I asked that question, Mr. Chairman, is because earlier I heard the testimony of Mrs. Scott, and I wasn't sure exactly what we're talking about in terms of vacancies.
To the chair, to Councilman.
That would be on page
Jones.
117 of our budget.
So no, there is not 14 vacancies left in housing court. It just depends on when this was created. We have 8.5, and I say 0.5 because we have one part-time position. But a majority of our departments are fully staffed. Our deputy bailiff's department is fully staffed, except for that part-time position of a warrant capias officer. Our magistrates are staffed, except we are down. We're budgeted for 3 staff attorneys, but we usually have 2 because of the volume. And I believe in 2023, what happened was a little bit of confusion. We had requested 8 new positions. So out of those 8 new positions, I think 5 were newly created and 3 were just additional positions to be opened. But because we had 8 vacancies in 2022, I believe in 2023, they didn't cover us for those positions. And so, but it had been approved through the finance department under Director Dumas with the help of then court administrator Jeff Johnson. So we had to go back and redo that in 2020. I think it was towards the end or at some point in late 2022 and incorporated in 2023, but we wasn't budgeted for it. So the 2024 is, as you see, the uptick is 61 is being requested, and I think we wanted to add an interpreter because of the amount of money we spend on interpreters through mainly on the civil docket, but also on the criminal docket. It's better to have in-house Ohio Supreme Court certified, especially Spanish interpreter.
So we don't have that person now, Mr. Chairman, to judge?
Through the chairman to the Councilman Jones, no, we don't have that person. I believe we were instructed to, we have the draft legislation and acts that they be added.
I see. And how much is that going to cost?
I'm not sure if to the chair, through the chairman to the councilman.
And I'm trying to look here because I know that they have given us a list of salaries for each of the positions and which way they have it organized here. I guess our people pulled it off of, it's really mixed up the way they have it here. So I'm trying to find that now. So, but if you have it in front of you, that would be great.
I'm not sure if it was, and my finance officer is looking for it. But also, we are looking, and I've been trying to have this done, is an overall assessment of the pay for housing court. What happened in the past is they would compare housing court to all of the other courts, a municipal court general division with Cleveland Municipal Court. That's not a fair assessment because of the amount of volume that comes through the court and the amount of staff that is needed. So we wanted to see what were other housing courts in New York, Boston, DC, San Francisco. What do they pay their staff? You know, their specialists, if they are called specialists, to their magistrates. I have to definitely commend my magistrates department. They have really been good, and they have been diligent in keeping the civil docket from not overrunning or being backlogged. And I now have 7 full-time magistrates for one court, which is typically unheard of, but we need 7. We probably need 1 additional one to better deal with the docket.
So you added on 2 more. I don't have those here. It seems like their salaries is at the 90,000, 94, 97 mark. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
To the chairman, to Councilman Jones, there was an overall increase in pay because we were bleeding staff. We were literally getting poached. Our deputy bailiffs were getting poached by police departments in the suburbs. Our magistrates were getting poached by firms and
So other
also-
people were taking your people?
Yep.
So you had to increase the salaries?
We had to be a little bit
And
more
I'm glad you're bringing this point out, because I've said this here at this table on several occasions about how you retain existing employees. You have to pay for them. It's the unfortunate piece here, but we've had to do that with the police here in the city of Cleveland. In order to retain them and keep them here, the city of Cleveland had to increase their salaries. So are you saying this, is this the increase here that I'm suggesting to you, or is it more than the 97,000 average salary here?
To the councilman, I'm sorry, through the chair to the councilman. So we maxed every department out. So let's start with the magistrates. The starting pay used to be around 70, 72. I had already started increasing mine because I know of the volume of the magistrates have to take. So recently, because we were down 2 to 3, we ended up, starting pay was $95,000 for them. The deputy bailiffs department, starting pay $60,000 for them. That's comparable to what a suburban police department has for a newly police officer.
That's the market rate.
Yes. And so then also, and their pay was at $45,000, $47,000.
I'm not here to beat you up on the pay. I just want to make, I'm glad that you brought that out, that you had to increase the pay in order to retain good people.
Absolutely,
correct?
yes.
And so the question is, Mr. Chairman, to the judge, are we over those marks for the magistrates? Because I'm reading 96,000 on average for salaries.
It's,
Do you have anybody at 107,000?
I have a deputy chief and a
Only
chief
on magistrates?
No. I have a deputy chief to the chairman, through the chairman to the councilman. I have a deputy chief magistrate and a chief magistrate. So they are over the magistrates department, so they will be over 100,000. So they'll be 100,000 plus for their pay.
Okay. We don't have that one here, so.
It should.
Unless you're saying housing deputy chief specifications, is it the $110,000?
No, it's the. Do they have that page where they break down this? They didn't include that this year? Oh, so I apologize. The finance department didn't include that pay of each position with a breakdown, like they typically do in the budget report.
So you're saying you don't have it?
Let me see. So, no, because we submit everything that's asked for, and how their budget report looks is how they looks, but I do have it from last year.
Right. Well,
so
here,
the-
let's do this. Because I don't want to, belabor too much time in here. And I'm on a limited amount, and I'm going to ask the chairman to please put me back on the back end. Records request in terms of what's the municipal breakdown of the salaries of the 61 employees you have, which is a 10 employee increase from 2 years ago. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, to the judge?
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, keep in mind that any budgets or amount of employees, the city asked us to use it due to the pandemic just to carry it over. So I didn't have the opportunity to create my first budget till probably 2022, and I took the bench in 2020. And so in that time, we had to increase. So yes, there is an increase in staff. We don't have 60 people currently working for us. We have 45 that is
Really?
currently on the, yes.
So it doesn't reflect
If we could,
that.
please run everything through the chair.
It
so that we
doesn't
can run an
reflect
orderly
it,
meeting.
Mr. Chairman. It does not reflect it, Mr. Chairman, here in the budget book. So I don't know why our budget book, it doesn't reflect that, but it should reflect that you only have 45 employees, and it doesn't do that.
Chief Abunama, did you want to, I know you had something real, if we could real quick. 'cause
Yes,
I know we wanted clarification.
two things, just on that point. We pull the data as of the final pay period of the year, which is in December. So the numbers that are in here for every division when it comes to the number of employees as of December 2023 is pulled based on that available data. And then second, the salaries are in the Excel spreadsheet that I shared with Council President and the Council Clerk over the weekend, which I know was then shared with each member of Council.
So, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, and I appreciate what you're saying, but it doesn't reflect it here in the book. So one of the things that is really important when we're dealing with people in front of us is to know, Mr. Chairman, as best as possible, the most accurate information. And right now, what I'm hearing, Mr. Chairman, from the judge is that you're 8.5 employees down, but it seems like that may not be the case here. It's showing that you have 61 people you should have total in your division on page 117. And if that's 8.5 difference, then you would subtract that 8.5 employees from that 61. So what it sounds like you're saying, and for clarification, Mr. Chairman, to the judge, what is your actual employees? How many people are working for you? And I didn't want to spend this kind of time here, so if you could be brief.
To the chairman, to the councilman, I believe we have, is it 45 or 47? Is it 45 or 47? 45. We have 45 current employees that work for the court. I believe we're bringing on 2 new ones, so I'm not sure if they're included in that number to make it 47. But we just hired 2 housing court specialists.
That's a problem on so many levels. I don't want to deep dive in it. I really want to spend my time, Mr. Chairman, talking about the programs you have and the numbers. So one of my concerns as an elected official here, which is the root issue I have, with both the past practices of building and housing, the current practices of building and housing, and then how building and housing works with you in relationship. We have over 10,000 properties in my neighborhood, Mr. Chairman, to the judge, and I know that you're aware of some of those issues that are egregious, and they're still there. We're not talking about new issues. We're talking about issues that have been in existence since before I was born. Egregious offenders. Now those properties, Mr. President of Council, to the judge, is going on 56 years. So you mean to tell me this city, after 56 years, can't deal with these properties where they have rotted down? I don't see that in some of the neighborhoods on the other side of town, where they've rotted down to where the roofs have collapsed in, and now that the roofs have collapsed in, we even have situations so egregious that the bricks are falling down on the sidewalks. So when we talk about the creation of the housing court, and we talk about these new programs that's going to be implemented, what's important to me, Mr. Chairman, is making sure that we have the proper people in place, that they're paid, and there's no excuses. If I had to run my business, Mr. President of Cleveland City Council, and to the judge, I would be out of business. And so my questions, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad, hopefully you will wrap me up on the back end, because I want to get into the programs that you have and how many cases that you hear that come before
All right,
you.
Councilman, thank you. Now I have Councilwoman Jenny Spencer.
Okay, we got it. Thank you. And Council President, I will keep this brief because the judge has been at the table for quite some time. And I wanted to briefly make a comment, which is that, my office's collaboration with Housing Court is so important to us and to the ward and to continuing to drive the results that we need to hold property owners accountable. So just cannot emphasize how much I value the collaboration. I wanted to just I have 2 questions. One is related to staffing. We touched on some of this. Through our chair, Judge, you mentioned that you recently hired 2 housing court specialists.
Yes.
I found those roles are just indispensable in terms of driving those results. And I'd like to shout out Carl Cannonberg, who's extremely responsive, and the other housing court specialists. Did those 2 recent hires bring you up to full staffing on the housing court specialist side?
Through the chair, to the councilwoman Spencer, first let me just say we appreciate a lot of your input with regards to the properties that rest in your ward. I'm going to encourage all of the other council members, if you can give feedback to Housing Court Specialist Chief Kannenberg on how you would like to be involved in these sentencings and status update with problematic properties that the city of Cleveland brings before the court. We would greatly appreciate that. They appreciate the help and the insight and the watching of those properties. That being said, yes, we are now down to one position left open for the Housing Court Specialist Department. Hopefully we'll have some interviews going next week.
Okay, thank you. I'll just briefly add, in case any of your specialists are watching, I know I can speak for my colleagues that our email volume is so high. I would just recommend when specialists reach out to council offices to always copy both the council member and their executive assistant, just as a matter of kind of like flossing our teeth, right? Let's just do it every day, do it the same way. So just because, you know, if I happen to miss a correspondence, my EA will catch it, because it really is such an important collaboration. So that's just a thought I had. And then briefly, I think that if I understood through the chair, the court is going to follow up with council in regards to the professional services line item, to provide more detail as a follow-up?
We can, yes,
okay,
absolutely.
All right. I know you've been here a long time, so I won't continue, but thank you very much for the informative presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Chair,
Yep,
can
go
I
ahead,
just
Judge.
say or ask if there could be a link provided of all of the council members and their EA email address sent over to either my personal bailiff, and it'll be dispersed to the housing court specialists, so that we can keep a track of that, and that'll be, it's a lot easier to just click on it and add them to the email.
So, Judge, if someone from your team could get a hold of our staff over there, if they could connect either now or afterwards, we can get that all arranged. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we know you love hanging out with us, Judge, especially right before lunch. All right, for a few closing remarks, Councilman Joseph Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you putting me back. And Mr. Chairman, I want to ask some questions. I don't want to, get into long answers. Most of this is yes and no.
Okay.
So want to talk about how many cases, because I have cases in front of me right now, and I see that the judge was so nice in putting together this book. So I appreciate you, Monet Scott, for putting this together for me. But we turn to page 8. You have a total of filings of 8,564 cases. And these cases are both criminal and civil cases. And then there's a page that talks about, let me find it. The civil cases, and can you give us an example of what a civil case can be?
Through the chair to the councilman, a civil case can be a first cause hearing, which is an eviction, a second cause hearing, which is damages that stem from the eviction. It can also be rent deposit hearings. It can also be pre-trial for a little bit of the more complex cases. It's also stays requesting that the evictions not be there, and it includes mediation of evictions.
And so that's all civil. And does that deal with fines too, and charges and cost? And I want to reflect back to the revenues that we have here on page 116. These civil and criminal cases, is this the total of what it has generated on page 116? Mr. Chairman, to our distinguished judge.
116.
This doesn't turn off.
2023. To the chair, to the councilman, that's our understanding. We don't do the accounting. That would be the clerk's department.
So who would that be? Would that be our distinguished clerk?
And he's up next, so.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to make sure she hears it.
Yeah.
And he hears it, or his staff hears it. I saw him here earlier. So you're saying that he does all the collections? And that's why
Yes,
you
when
get this revenue?
when defendants go down to pay on any fines or court costs, it is done through the clerk's office. And when they file complaints and motions on the civil side, because there's no fines on that side. They also go down to the clerk's civil division side and make those payments upon filing.
Do you create a summary on your side, Mr. Chairman, to our judge of the projected revenues that should be received by the city of Cleveland?
Through the chair to the councilman, no, I do not.
Okay. Looking at search warrants on page number 13, we can go to criminal cases filed. We can start at page 10. For criminal cases filed, why are those numbers down? The year 2020 we showed during the COVID, 2,445 cases. Now that we're out of COVID, 2021, 2022, we're into 2023, and we're showing 1,368 cases.
Through the chair to Councilman Jones, I can't tell you why the cases are down. The court does not get into the business of getting cases or initiating cases. That is solely the discretion and responsibility of the Law Department Code Enforcement Prosecutors section.
So if they don't write the tickets and the law department code enforcement doesn't bring it over, you don't have a case.
Exactly.
And search warrants, can you talk about how that works? It's down too, from 2020 at 143, and now it has shown a continued decline as the criminal cases filed. It's down by 67. Do you know? Can you elaborate on that?
I can't, but I can kind of guess why it was a little bit low of 2023, because search warrants, they have, I'm sorry, through the chairman to Councilman Jones, they have to attach an affidavit about the best reasonable efforts made to contact the property owner to ask, can they go and search their property, the interior and exterior? And when those efforts are depleted or they are denied by the property owner that no, they cannot do it, then they must put a package together and present it to me. Upon me signing it, they have 3 days to effectuate that search warrant, and I am a stickler for following what the Ohio Revised Codes and the Rules of Superintendent says. And so it's a definite 3 days that you must issue, serve this search warrant. Why is that?
Are these people in your department, Mr. Chairman, to the director that perform the search warrants?
Oh, no. This is always, any search warrant deals with law enforcement, but this is not a law enforcement thing, so it deals with the inspectors.
And not the inspectors for the city of Cleveland, Mr. Chairman, to the judge?
Through the chairman to Councilman Jones, yes, the building and housing that's who I typically get them from, the building and housing, never a health search warrant. They're all through the Department of Building and Housing.
So, Mr. Chairman, then, though there may be issued that you have here and then returned, can you explain the issued? Are these the ones that the inspectors have issued, and these are the 67 that you decided on that would meet the law requirement for the inspections? Or can you explain that?
Through the chairman to the councilman, so the 2023, the 103, they can bring 200 search warrants or 125 search warrants, but I signed off on 103, and I might have denied 20. The numbers have grown a lot less. So the 103 are the ones that I assigned that they have to effectuate, and the 67s are the ones they actually did and returned it.
I see. So I want to presume here, see if you could correct me, Mr. Chairman, to the judge. When they're doing these inspections or search warrants here, they're more or less searching for violations on a particular property. As most of these properties are abandoned properties that they're doing these search warrants on, so they can get in there and determine if the houses are abandoned, or if they're abandoned, that they should be condemned.
To the through the chairman to the councilman, the search warrants, I'm not sure. It just has to say that if they do an interior inspection, that it'll be a health hazard or that could be dangerous to the community. or any individual that goes by the property. When they use it or how they go about selecting it, a lot of them are very bad, dilapidated properties. I'm not sure how many they have on their search warrant team of inspectors that go out and do it. And searching a property from top to bottom can be a little bit time consuming. I'm not even sure how long that takes because you're looking to see if you need to condemn it or just issue violations against it. What you look for condemnation is dealing with the foundations, cracks, and all of those things. But violation notices, they're not only looking on the interior, they're also looking on the exterior. Inspectors cannot go on property uninvited. So when they send these pictures with the search warrant, it's from the sidewalk or in their car to give you an idea or to give me an idea that this is overgrowth, there's a hole in the roof. You know, I would love for them to get into using the
Drones.
drones, yes.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, to the judge, so then you sign off on these. In terms of corporation, in the city of Cleveland, in earlier testimony, you stated that when a LLC or companies and corporations, because this is another big issue that we're faced with in our neighborhood right now, is companies and corporations, foreign investors, people from other states and California are coming into our communities and they are buying properties up by the boatload. And in doing so, a lot of them are not improving the properties. They're in an egregious situation. And you talked about how you would bring those LLCs or those companies and corporations into your court, and you would pull a docket on all of their properties. When you do that, do you create a file for that where ABC LLC has 25 properties? When your people go through that, do they inspect all those properties, or do they you just know that for a matter of record?
Through the chairman to the councilman, when they have multiple properties, it's not a file it's not a file created on behalf of the court that goes to the clerk's office. That's internal. There is reports being done, and I have to commend my housing court specialist. There are some LLCs that had 100+ properties, some that have 50. A lot of times they don't really even understand how many properties they have, how many they own, and they feel overwhelmed by it. But with the help of the housing court specialists, they are not inspectors, but they can see from, you know, the human eye, this property is problematic. They look for things that they could possibly get cited on by an inspector, because that would cause them to violate their community control. They have helped a lot of property owners organize.
I got it.
Their properties.
Mr. Chairman, as a matter of request for information, thank you.
Okay, so
as
the
a matter-
policy team, can you get what the councilman has requested as a request for information?
The request for information, Mr. Chairman,
And
thank you.
Councilman, the alarm, the time went off.
I heard
and
it,
it's
Mr.
my
Chairman.
understanding that you just had, they put you back on for this, right?
Oh, I appreciate, yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
So, Mr. Chairman, the request for information is a list of local housing offenders in the city of Cleveland who are LLCs that have come before the judge. I'd like to have the names of these organizations, the addresses, any contact information.
Do we have that,
also
Judge?
request
Do
to
you
get
have
a
the
list of
request
properties that they own. Now, if that's not a matter of record,
Judge, do you have
public
a
record,
copy of that? Or do
I
you
mean,
have
we
it?
don't keep it in the ordinary course of business, so it would have to, I believe, go through the clerk's office public records request, and they can see with the help of my IT chief, Chief Crespo, if they can generate that list for you.
And
But
Mr.
that'll be a
President,
very
the issue of
extensive
having this
list.
information is we have a code enforcement team in Ward 1 that we have created, and so I want to make sure that we have this on our list. Ward 1 is a highly speculated marketplace right now.
Councilman, you've had a couple times on the ballot.
this is just on the point of request of information, Mr. Chairman.
If you could give it to the policy team so that we can get it, because I'm not sure if the judge says she had that. She's saying it might need to go to the clerk.
No, that's fine.
If we
I was
could.
being clarifying on the point of request for information. And so that's all I was doing. I wasn't asking any further questions, just a request, Mr. Chairman, according to our rules, as relates to this information. So do we have that, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Titron? Thank you, Mr. Titron. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. I have Councilwoman House Jones.
No one else?
That's it?
End of the list.
Okay, all right, then that's Councilman Conwell.
Thank you. It's just a quick, I like a lot of your services to the chair. A lot of my residents, they don't want to wait until you do events, saying that if you could get some of your services over to Joe Mazzoline or to my assistant so we could put it in our newsletters. Some of them, you know, they can't make it. You guys are doing things ongoing. And just throughout the courts, I have a newsletter that goes out to all my residents. You say, here, councilman, send them this, send them that. They deserve to have that. And that's all I need to say right there. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that is it. Judge, once again, thank you for your service, and we look forward to
Thank you,
continue to
Judge.
work with you. Okay? All right, if we could read, this is what I would like for us to do, and I'm trying to make sure that we try to stay on some kind of timetable. We'll have the clerk's office, and then we'll break. Once we have the clerk's office and then break, and then we'll reconvene with the Department of Public Utilities. So if you could start reading the description for the clerk.
Cleveland Municipal Court.
They're going to tell you in 1 second.
Clerk's Division begins on page 104. Earl B. Turner, Clerk of municipal courts. Salaries and wages are on page 106. 2023 unaudited, $7,082,715. Budgeted for 2024, $8,583,214. Total expenditures are on page 107. 2023 unaudited, $12,263,685. Budgeted for 2024, $14,256,092. Staffing levels are on page 108. 2023 December, 138. Budgeted for 2024, 172.
Thank you. Clerk, welcome.
I'm ready to go.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, and to the members of council, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. I'm proud to share the success and vision of our office this year as we continue to improve our services to Cleveland Municipal Court, our collection efforts to the City of Cleveland, and our outreach programs to citizens. We continue to push for improvements in our Odyssey case management system so the court operates more efficiently. In our joint website, we want to continue to improve it for the public. In order to retain our best employees and attract new ones, we raised our salary levels to be competitive with other opportunities that our employees had in the general public. You will see in the budget that our parking collections increased last year. This is the result of both enforcement efforts and community outreach. We collected close to $300,000 of old unpaid fines through a program with the Attorney General's office. That program was suspended when a boilerplate clause in the agreement was missed by both our office and the Attorney General. We remain open to continuing to develop new strategies with the Attorney General's office to recover unpaid parking tickets. As I met with people last year, those who had paid their tickets told me that they did not feel it was unfair to try to find new ways of collecting from those who had failed to pay their parking tickets for years. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to end my opening comments there, and I'm going to go to my staff, and we're going to start with the Civil Division, Mr. Darren Dorsey.
We got another chair right here next to Ms. Primer for right now. Just for a quick, I'm sorry, Ms. Gallagher. I forgot her husband is watching. That's 2 strikes. All right, please proceed.
Good morning to the chair and all the members of the City Council. My name is Darren Dorsey. I'm the first presenter of a series of a few of us. And I'm here to report on the Civil Division statistics for 2023. I want to focus on the last column of our PowerPoint slide here. Our General Division saw an increase of 23% from 22 to 23. The amount of garnishment funds paid out was up by 12%. The total number of actual cases increased by 5%. Marriages increased by 14%. However, our rent deposits declined by 18%. The next slide, which is the slide that I'm going to leave you with, is what we feel is a significant part of our increase in filings last year, and it's the use of our expanding e-filing options. That's it for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Do we have that, Mr. Chairman, point of request for information? Do we have that paper where we could look at it?
You do have it. This is on your system.
It's on this computer?
All right. Please proceed.
Good morning to the chair and all members of City Council. My name's Ron Tabor. I'm the Criminal Division Director. Our Criminal Division call center has received over 49,000 calls. We continue to assist all our customers who choose not to use the technology. We answer on an average of over 60 calls a day by law enforcement. We currently updated our
Got it? You good?
Okay, we'll just continue. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Go ahead.
And this is on everybody's tablet as well. All right.
Our criminal division filings for misdemeanors decreased, while our felonies did increase. For traffic filings and operating a vehicle while impaired, both of those increased. Our online payments also increased. Now, our express pay box, which is located on each floor of our courtrooms, that decreased.
Please speak in the mic, because if you don't, the
Okay.
audience and the listening audience and council can't hear you well.
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay?
His last
Grab the
slide,
mic.
You didn't hear what he said was our express pay boxes.
Grab the mic.
Our express pay boxes, Mr. Chairman, to the members of council decreased, and we want to make it clear, it didn't decrease because no efforts. This is an old-fashioned method that we put in place years ago, so when people come out of the courtroom, they could just walk out and drop a check in the mail, into one of our pay boxes. Now, most people come down and they use our online services, or they can use their telephone.
All right.
And if you could just go backwards on the revenue, go back one time. Go ahead, keep going. Keep going. Okay, so on our e-pay, as Mr. Tabor just outlined, the revenue increased to $1.6 million in 2023, but that was just the e-pay into our system. The revenue is in the general division, which is about $3.5 million.
Okay.
It's a combination.
All right.
Good morning, Chair, and all members of the City Council. My name is Mariceli Rivera. I'm the Human Resources Director. Today, I will be reporting on our staffing levels. We are currently at 133 full-time employees and 9 part-time employees. In 2023, we hired 23 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. Also, there were 3 retirements and 16 resignations. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning to the chair and all members
morning.
of the council.
My name is John Galick. I'm the Parking Violations Bureau Director. I'll be giving updates for the year of 2023 for our division. If you look at the top box on that slide, the bottom line shows our 23 numbers. So you'll see a nearly 10% increase in revenue with a corresponding increase in issuance. The number we're kind of proud of is on the right-hand side is the percent of tickets disputed at our website. It went up from 44 to 57%. The next box down represents code enforcement revenue. Those are civil infraction waste collection tickets. And you'll see there's a slight uptick in revenue with a slight uptick in issuance as well. The bottom left-hand box represents photo infraction revenue. We do still collect on the old camera tickets. As you see, the amounts are dwindling significantly, but we are still collecting on them. The next box to the right is the scofflaw collection box. So that's where the police department drives around with our equipment in the vehicle scanning for license plates that are tow eligible. That amount did drop a little. I think the police department had some equipment issues with their vehicle. To the right of that is the Attorney General collection box. So we did refer $5.6 million to collections to the Attorney General, and then they collected $291,000. And then some notables from our year. As I said, we increased our online ticket disputes from 44 to 57%. That was as a result of our increased awareness. We put some wording on the back of the ticket to kind of inform people. Also, what customers really seem to like is when they do request a Zoom hearing, they can go to our website and choose their hearing date and time, and it's very convenient for them. We reviewed and approved the texting campaign by Harris & Harris Collections. They're the collection agency that works on our behalf. They now send texts out where applicable. Coming soon, we have a new collections initiative where ticket issuers will place not only a ticket on the vehicle, but they'll also place a secondary notice on the vehicle informing the driver of their delinquent status and whatever steps they need to do to rectify that.
And so that's going to, Mr. Chairman, and to the members of council, that's going to knock out the argument that so many people say that they were never notified. So the ticket issuers are going to we're paying for that technology that they'll be able to stick a notice on there saying that you have 5 more tickets, 3 more tickets, 2 more tickets. So there won't be any I did not know. And we'll have that once again noted in our records.
Good morning, Chair and all of Council. My name is Obi Shelton, and I'm the Communications Director. Yes. Hi, Councilman. And also I coordinate the In the Neighborhood program that, we've been around for like 14 years. And for those who may not know, we encourage people who have old warrants, not just in Cleveland, but also in the suburbs, to come into our events. It's a no-arrest situation, non-threatening, and we are able to schedule them for court. So people who've been carrying around these warrants for years, we can have them come in. And what's unique about our program is that we can schedule them for 14 other suburbs. So, like Cleveland Heights, Shaker, we schedule for them. Last year, we did 8 of our own in the neighborhood events. But what really, where our resources were really used, where we had like 17 other events of everything from the court that had a license clinic to a lot of neighborhood groups, because there is this increased interest in expungements, and everybody wants to have an expungement clinic. There's one that's going on at Nora on 55th Street, at 1 o'clock, and we're part of that, because a lot of people, in order to get their expungements, they have to clear up any outstanding warrants, and so they can do that with us on the spot, and we manage our staff so that we can get around. And we also work with Legal Works, if you're familiar. They specialize in expungements. And so we work with them whenever they have an event, they have us to come in. So, you're talking we have 10 events scheduled for this year, maybe 11, as I was just talking to one of the council people. But then we know there's going to be a lot more than that, maybe another 20 more that we're going to send staff to, just to help people deal with these warrants and get expungements.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the members of council, that the In the Neighborhood program is so popular that we have had people from Columbus, Cincinnati, Akron, and all across the country asking for our model so that they can use it in their courts to be able to deal with people in the community and take the court out of that building to the community where people are at. Because as you know, it's very difficult to still park downtown, and it's expensive. That's why we moved many years ago. I pushed to move the Parking Violations Bureau out of the Justice Center to Quigley Road so people don't have to pay to park. And we were successful in convincing the administration, so we partnered with them in the police department. And so people don't have to get when their cars are towed, they don't have to come to the Justice Center. They can go to Quigley Road. Mr. Chairman, I am now open for questions from any of the members of council.
Thank you, Clerk. And I will say this, I've been here 8 years. This is the best presentation you guys have brought forward. I really liked this way you guys broke this out and brought people up. So I just wanted to make that editorial comment. I really enjoyed today's presentation. And again, having the different folks come up and breaking it out, I think was really helpful. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, your budget looks pretty, okay. Your budget looks pretty consistent as well as your staffing levels. The only thing I noticed, it looks like your, and I don't have the year before, but your professional services are down from last year, budgeted below what you did last year. So can you speak to that? There's a reduction in the budget.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Last year we had some expenses like Pitney Bowes, which is our machine that for the post office. Those expenses were in there. Microsoft licenses. We had just all those a lot of maintenance fees were inside of it. And then the case management system, and we're projecting a lower cost.
Okay. All right. Yep, absolutely. All righty, that's what I've got. I've got Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our clerk, Mr. Earl Turner, I want to focus most of my questions on revenues. We had the distinguished lady, Monet Scott, judge of the Housing Division, and I was asking her about her collections. And
yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not looking at the.
But I
exact
want to
figure, but I
ask the
think-
question.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So Mr. Chairman, to our clerk, do you collect all of the revenues for tickets and fines from all of our municipal court systems in the city of Cleveland?
Clerk?
Yes,
Or the
Mr.
county?
Chairman, to the councilman, yes.
Okay. And do we have a breakdown of what those collections are based upon those various subdivisions?
There, Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, the revenue for each of those divisions, it technically should all be in the clerk's division, but it's put in each of those. Budget has continued, I guess the old process. The housing court revenue that we collect is shown in the housing court budget. The revenue that we collect for the general division is in the general division. The revenue that we collect for parking is in the clerk's budget.
Right. So when I asked Mrs. Scott the question, Mr. Chairman, to the clerk, where is that at and how was she collecting it? How does that process work for collections? And for a point of, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Joe Titron, request of information, would be getting a breakdown, if we could have that on one sheet. If we can get a breakdown of revenues collected from each of these divisions, where we can have a visual on what that means, right? So do we know what the total overall number would be?
$8.5 million, Mr. Chairman.
That's for everything?
For each of the divisions, yes, sir.
Would that also include your division as well?
Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, that's correct.
Okay. So it's 8.5 million. And how do you collect it, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Turner.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, okay, so let me.
I've always wanted to know this.
Okay, we have several different methods, as you saw on the screen. We have a box for people who attend court, old-fashioned method. We still leave it out there, still collecting. Some people still use checks, so they pay there. People can come down to if they go to court, they can come down to the third floor after they get what is called a fine and cost sheet.
Mr. Chairman, there was just rescinding the question to ask it a different way, because I get where you're going. The question would be, for those people who are egregious, has not paid their fines that's due to them in the courts, how do we go about collecting those? And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then how much, Mr. Chairman, are we looking to collect overall, over the space and time?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are several methods that are used to collect. First, let me just be real clear. When a judge fines somebody, the judge will say, I'm just going to give you it's $50 for our traffic. It's $50 in costs. Okay, the cost becomes a civil matter. The fine is different, but it's only $50. So we use civil processes to attempt to collect. We send out, we'll send them to registration hold, okay? And what that does, it puts a registration on the plate. It used to be warrant block, and then the legislature and across the state felt that, for example, in Councilman's ward, that's the highest in driver's license, they were getting warrant blocks. Okay, in Councilman Starr's ward, they were getting warrant blocks and their license were being suspended. So they've gone away from warrant blocks to registration hold, which blocks the plate, so you can't get your plate renewed. That's one of the methods. We send them to collection agencies. That's the other method. As we talked about earlier, we were really kind of excited last year. I mean, John that's here, we were excited. We were sending $5.6 million to the Attorney General's office. And the excitement went from here all the way up to here, because all of a sudden people started paying tickets that they had never paid before. And somebody found a clause in the agreement that said we shouldn't be collecting, they shouldn't have gone to the Attorney General's office because there's a threshold that it has to be $100. And as you are aware, parking tickets are less than $100. And so that's where, you know, the media carried stories, but in that short period of time, we collected $291,000. So that was a method that we were using. We use the Attorney General's office in other cases where it can exceed the $100. We're also hoping to, at some point, we're waiting for a period of time to go back to the Attorney General's office and see if, you know, there's some opportunities in the future to negotiate lowering that threshold, because parking tickets are $50. And the problem with the tickets, at $5.6 million, the problem with those tickets is you say, well, how come you didn't collect on that $5.6 million? Well, the problem with the 5.6, if I get one ticket or I get two tickets and I don't get a ticket for, is it 2 years, John?
3 years. Three tickets within 3 years.
3 tickets within 3 years, we can't put you on registration hold. That's the other process, again, that we use. So you can get 2 tickets, and if you don't get another ticket for 3 years, you might get a third ticket. And with 3 tickets, if you get them consecutively, we could put you on registration hold. But now all of a sudden, you got 3 tickets. Now we still can't put you on registration hold. So if you get the 1 ticket and you just never pay it, we can't put you on registration hold. But the vehicle that we use for collecting parking tickets is registration home and collection agencies.
Mr. Chairman,
We use those.
to Mr. Turner, is that a matter of
State law.
state law? Okay. So now, can we get what's the total? Is the total overall that we haven't collected, is it 5.6 million or is it more?
No, it's, in parking is higher. We don't have the exact number, but our numbers, on old tickets, we still collected $40,000 last year. That rate now has climbed up to 78%, our collection rate for those tickets. But collections is something that doesn't happen instantly. It happens over time. The one screen that we showed you were red light camera tickets. And how many years ago was that? How many years ago was it, Jonathan?
I guess
It's been 10 years, and we're still collecting. 10 years later, we're still collecting. We collected $78,000 in red light camera tickets this past year. Now, what's going to happen is that number is going to continue to go down, and eventually it's going to vanish. Okay? But collections, no matter what tools that you implement, you may increase your collections by 2%. It may increase by 3% in all the tools. Like our new collection, not our new, but one of the new methods is texting. A lot of agencies now are texting, so that's a new technique that they're using instead of just.
So this is new age technology. So
They're
you have
trying to do
several.
all the modern technology.
So you have several ways of doing that. And Mr. Chairman, can you? I would just like to know, those different ways how we collect it, and what is our total number that's on the books to be collected. And the reason why I'm asking, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Turner, is because some of these areas of my concern, which is related mostly in the housing division, is how do we go about the proposition of making sure that we get those monies in our coffers. And I don't want to belabor that whole point here because it seems like it's going to be in depth with where you're going. And so, but let me just say this. I really appreciate the work that your people do for our neighborhood as it relates to when Obie Shelton made the proposition of in the neighborhood, and want to make an official request that you come to our community for expungement clinics. Our citizens need to have the opportunity to be able to enjoy the opportunity of having their situations expunged. That has played a significant impact, and then whatever other services that the court provides in helping folks be able to get away from and out from up under the cloud. And one of the things I would say, of all of our rights as Americans, if I had to ask a general person on the street, an American, what are your rights, or what rights do you think you have as an American citizen? And I can guarantee you every time I've asked that question, people have a daze in the face. One of the privileges that citizens have that gives them the mobility and freedom is being able to have a driver's license that gives them an opportunity to go wherever they want to and really experience the American experience. And a lot of people take that for granted. So it's really important that for those who need assistance and help on expungement and being able to have that, what I call a freedom. It just is one of the most fundamental things that Americans enjoy, is having these clinics set up in our neighborhood so we can deal with that. And then if we could have a listing of whatever the outstanding revenues and where those revenue breakdowns are at, so whatever those courts are, Mr. Chairman, that we still have outstanding revenues on. I'd like to see that. One of the issues that we have here, especially with dealing with writing tickets and doing our job here is, and I've asked this question on production, we have over 100 people work for us. I have over 10,000 properties, so you figure, you do the numbers. 10,000 properties, if you times that by 17 neighborhoods, those are a lot of properties. There are a lot of properties in the city of Cleveland, Mr. Chairman, to the clerk, that is horrible. And we would like to see, I know that this councilman would like to see a little bit more of an aggressive code enforcement in the community. So I want to really look in and home in on that, how we're collecting over there. And if there's any breakdowns to that, I would be appreciative. And then on the collection side of it, you talked about, Mr. Chairman, the collection agency. For the collection agency here, how much have they collected? Is it more than one collection agency, or is it several?
Mr. Chairman, we have multiple collection agencies, but I want to be clear. Judge Scott, Mr. Chairman, was real clear when you asked her about the revenue. She says, I don't know if I can produce that based on what I do with my JE. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, to the council, she may start off by fining you $180. When that JE is finished, it may be community work service, or it may be to fix your house up, as she indicated. And so it's not as simple as a parking ticket. A parking ticket comes in, either it's paid or it's not paid. With the court, those JEs can go 1,000 different directions. So it could start off with a fine, but ultimately in the end, it may not be.
Is that what you're saying, just for clarification, so I'm on the same page? I know it's complicated, and you're trying to break it down the best way. So what I'm looking at here on page number 116 is $832,984, and just wanted to get an idea of what that is. You know, those are revenues that came in to your department. What is that? What does that look like? Are they categorically broken down?
800.
And it gives you a general idea. Do we have rearages there, monies that are still outstanding that's owed to the court? That's the information that I'm requesting, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Titron. If we can make that available, it gives me a better idea and breakdown. And then in general, the revenues overall for each division that you collect in.
Well, we can give you a sheet today, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, we will give it to you, and you can give it to the council.
And then also, since you talked about those collection agencies, if you can make available those collection agencies, who are they? I would be, as a request of information, Mr. President, I would be appreciative of that.
Thank you.
And then lastly, I just want to thank you for the great work that you do. I appreciate the years you've spent in this office and your background, and I look forward to working with you in any way you need and your office needs to deliver the services for our citizens in the city of Cleveland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I have Spencer, then Conwell. Okay, Conwell.
Welcome back to City Council, Earl. Welcome back to City Council. Second of all, where's the money at, man? I always ask you for the money. A few years ago,
I gave it to you, Mr.
you
Chairman.
gave $1 million to the city of Cleveland. You said, here the check for $1 million. After that, I ain't seen no money.
Mr. Chairman, to the members of council, he's correct. I used to bring over a check around budget time.
Yes.
But what we were actually doing was cleaning up cases that had been sitting in our system for years, and there was money on them. They were old cases that we used the legal process to convert that money over to the city of Cleveland, and we've cleaned those cases up, and they just don't exist anymore, Mr. Chairman.
Man, we need the money. You got to bring home some money. You know you're a council member. Through the chair, Lou Stokes told us what? Bring home money and write policy. Two things. Bring home money and write policies. So that's what I always look at when I think about it.
But Mr. Chairman, to the councilman, we did give you $8 million.
When? Through the chair.
I didn't bring the check. I gave that check to the finance director. So the finance director, Mr. Chairman, has been.
Okay, that's good. That's efficient. That's $8 million. No, I'll take the $8 million over the million now. You know, we'll take the $8 million. Got to be able to bring home money. Hey, through the chair, on page 107, so what is the food for Mr. Clerk for the $1,500? I'm just asking, you know.
We have employee recognition programs, and we have, we give out, you know, awards for achievements in the clerk of court's office, how many years they've been in the clerk of court's office, and that covers those expenses.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I haven't seen any other directors or anyone do that. That's very, very important for self-esteem, for morale, to build up culture. People need the recognition. That's part of Maslow hierarchy of needs. So, but we need that. And if other departments were to do something like that, I think that would help us out in the long run. I mean, you don't just write people up through the chair. Or sometimes write-ups can be good. Write-ups can be good if you use it for a teachable moment or a training moment for write-ups, coaching counsel, oral warning, then the write-up to written warning. However, this recognition, a lot of times you don't have to do that because they know you're saying a job well done. And that's a good thing, so I appreciate that and I respect that. The grant revenue on page 107, you don't have any, but you had a proposal right here back in 21? Because it was at 910, and then it's slash marks 22, slash marks 23, slash marks 24.
Councilman, what page are you on?
One for municipal courts, clerk's division 107.
Mr. Chairman, we don't, as a clerk's office, we don't.
It was a one-time grant or something?
It might have been one time. I don't even
Okay.
know why it's showing in the budget, but we don't technically get grants as a clerk of court's office.
Okay, I was wondering what was going on. You probably just partner with the other judges for several things. Let's move forward to 106. Full-time permanent, I'm not going to ask you about that because I heard why. You got down here, let's see, for the 59,751 vacation conversion, which you purchase people vacation time or something like that, and then now you don't have that anymore in 24.
Mr. Chairman, the city, it's a city policy. They have a vacation conversion, and maybe, you know, and our employees can participate in the program. We don't stop them.
Okay, so they're not doing that anymore. Maybe the CFO through the chair.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, it's a program that is done as funds permit in a given year. I don't know the criteria off my head, but for certain employees who meet the criteria, they can sell a small portion of their vacation time back and in exchange for a cash payment.
So do you give them dollar for dollar, or do we say you get 80% on a dollar to the chair, or three-quarters, 75% on a dollar?
Through the chair, it's dollar for dollar for the hours that they sell back, but there's a limit to how much can be sold back, and they have to have 120. They have to have at least 120 hours remaining after the sale back. So it's a relatively small program, and it has not been used every year because funding hasn't permitted.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So similar to if you have the 59,000, where is that I was looking at? With the 59, well, let's just say 59,000, you have that in cash, but you end up selling off 59,000 to the employees, you debit them or something like that. Is that how that go? To the chair, to the CFO?
Through the chair, they'll just exchange a certain number of hours for additional compensation in the form of a check.
Got you. And then they could just use labor dollars. That's what it is then. Okay, I understand. I get that. Labor dollars. I think the other one is the 180,000 bonus incentive through the chair on page 106. this 180,000, and then it slashes on that as well. How does that project
Mr.
or
Chairman,
program work?
to the council, in 2022, we gave our employees a bonus for that year. That was one of the very tough years that our core employees, like like many parts of the city, they worked very hard, and we felt they were entitled to a bonus that year, and we gave our employees a bonus.
So let me ask you this. I mean, I'm happy that you gave them bonuses. Did you have a surplus of money and you just debited your account?
No
for
question,
bonuses?
Mr. Chairman. We had a surplus, like we returned money to the general fund this past year.
Yes.
And so we did not go over to other departments and ask for money. We had a surplus in our budget. As I indicated, that was a very tough year for all of us in city government where we were losing employees.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
And so it was prudent for us to take care of the people who were taking care of us. And so we made sure that they got a bonus that year. And then the next year, as we indicated on the slide, we did a salary study and made adjustments to our salaries.
That's good. And so let me ask you this last question. When you gave the bonuses, was it when you were doing the employee recognition at that same time, or you did it after or before, or did you do it around Christmas time when you were closing out the year?
Mr. Chairman, it was at the latter part of the year, and it wasn't in any ceremony. It was not in a ceremony, no, sir.
I see it. Yeah, when you close it out, so you were closing your books, and then you just released $180,000.
Yes.
I see that. That's a good thing. Thank you. And I like the $8 million. Wait a minute. The $8 million is cool beans, man. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, and that concludes all of the questions we have for the clerk. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, clerk. Keep up the good work. Be looking forward to having that conversation with you and Obie about in the neighborhood.
Just real quick, Councilman Casey, I'd like to talk to you about that 10 million so I can tell you what's wrong with it, okay? Because the number was wrong. So, okay. Yeah, we can do it now.
$8 million, cool.
Okay,
thank you.
we're going to jump public utilities, or did you know what? We can do. Just do public utilities. Let's just go ahead and stay according to the schedule. You told them what? All right, just do OEO then. Okay. Do OEO.
OEO.
OEO, and then we'll go to economic development and try to knock out. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a delay in the food order, so the food order for council won't be available for another half an hour or so. So might as well keep going and try to knock out some of the
Yeah, we did some time.
some of the agenda. Okay.
OEO.
All right, Mr. Titron, if you could move forward with reading the description for OEO.
Office of Equal Opportunity begins on page 89, Director Tyson Mitchell. Salaries and wages are on page 91, 2023 unaudited, $626,755. Budgeted for 2024, $808,403. Total expenditures are on page 92, 2023 unaudited, $961,632. Budgeted for 2024, $1,440,303. Staffing levels are also on page 92. December 2023, 8. Budgeted for 2024, 10.
All right, Chief, you want to start off with anything?
To the chairman, just note that the headcount for OEO remains the same year over year. There is two vacancies presently in the division, and so the vacancies plus the 27th pay period and any cost of living adjustment for salaries is what explains the increase in personnel expenses 2024 budgeted versus 2023 unaudited.
Okay, what questions do we have for Officer of Equal Opportunity? We have Councilwoman Santana, then Councilman Harsh, Councilman Jones. No, we got Councilman Santana.
I go
Harsh, then
first.
Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief question through the chair to the director. To roll out CBOs, kind of the overview for the CBOs, does this budget reflect that position? Is that position already in place?
Through the chair, so in the office, there is a community benefits kind of section now that reports to the director. There is a manager in place, and there is a vacancy for a coordinator to work in concert with that manager to implement the community benefits programming, work in collaboration with staff and economic development to negotiate the terms of any community benefit agreement as part of a broader city package to support a project. And then, as this is new and we're sort of getting this work underway, we're working, I remain in communication with the director to identify if there are additional staff needs to be able to fully implement the program, and if there are, then we will make sure that they get what they need.
Got it. So through the chair to the director, those positions are filled to overview the CBO.
Through the chair, there's one position filled, one vacant that they are recruiting for.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since we're waiting for lunch, I figured I'd just go ahead and ask this question now because it's just sort of a reoccurring issue that I see throughout the budget book, and I'm not quite sure I understand it. So through the chair to the chief, benefits have gone up in every department this year by really, really healthy percentages. And I understand that some of that is 27th pay. And my question through the chair is, what impact does 27th pay have on the cost of benefits for a salaried or for a employee where we pay for annual benefits?
Through the chair, it depends on the benefit we're discussing. So for healthcare and prescription, no impact as a result of the 27th pay. We pay the premiums. We're self-insured, so we don't technically have premiums, but we make payments for our healthcare and prescription monthly. So whether there's one pay period, two pay periods, doesn't affect that. But for pension, all the payroll-related benefits, so the pension contributions, Medicare, et cetera, those do go up as a result of the 27th pay period.
Okay, yeah, because it comes out per pay. But through the chair, so the hospitalization and prescription in this department are almost doubled over last year, almost 100% increase. And they're looking to staff up with a 25% increase in staff. And I guess was there a consistent healthcare hospitalization prescription cost increase for the whole city that we can say it was this much? And you might have already noted that, but I see some departments going up 80%, some going up 100%, and it doesn't seem to be tied to the number of people in that department.
Yes, through the chair. So we did budget an increase in the healthcare costs. Our costs have been on a per capita basis increasing really dramatically with respect to healthcare. And because we're self-insured, we are required to have a fund balance in the healthcare insurance fund that covers our what's called the IBNR, the incurred but not remitted claims for healthcare. And so we have adjusted the rates coming into 2024, which will take effect on April 1st, to get us to where we project based on advice we received from our healthcare consultant, get us to a fund balance throughout the year that would cover that IBNR level, which would allow us to say that we are truly self-insured, that we have the funds available to cover the sort of delay, the lag in when healthcare is delivered and then request to pay for that healthcare is provided to the city.
Okay. And last question then. So is it possible or probable that some of these hospitalization and prescription costs will be returned to the general fund at the end of the year, or is this expected to? Is this math pretty reliable?
Through the chair, I think it's pretty unlikely that we see that.
Yeah.
given the history we've seen over the last several years with healthcare costs.
Okay.
They've been up quite a bit on a per capita basis. So
Yeah.
we're incurring, our aggregated costs have been pretty static if you look over the years, but that's with a declining roster of employees.
The declining employees. Okay. So the drop in the equal opportunity from 22 to 23 of, $14,000 in hospitalization was a result of the decrease in total staff, not a decrease in healthcare costs for that year.
Correct. It's
Right.
the result of vacancies.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, next is Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, if I could turn your attention to page number 93. Correction, Mr. Chairman, to page 89. You have on there number one certified MBEFB CSB firms to a number of total of 622. Are these firms that, Mr. Chairman, to the director, are these firms that are like contractors that actually do contracting work on various different jobs in the city of Cleveland? Or are they, Mr. Chairman, to the director, just people who want to do work and want to be certified?
Through the chair, it's a combination. So the office has been working really hard over the last couple of years to get more firms, more minority-owned, female-owned, and Cleveland area small business firms registered and certified so that they get the benefits of that certification, right? So if a company submits a bid in response to a solicitation and isn't certified, even though it may be minority-owned, we're not permitted to apply the appropriate credit for that. They have to be certified. So that Director Mitchell and his team have been working really, really hard to increase those numbers. And as you can see, the figure here for 2023 is only as of September 30th of 2023, and it exceeded the full year of 2022.
I see. And then, Mr. Chairman, when we look over at number two in terms of output matrix, sir, can you elaborate on number 2 and number 3?
Yes, through the chair, that is the total dollar amount of contracts awarded to either certified prime contractors or certified subcontractors.
That are minority?
Either minority-owned, female-owned, or Cleveland area small business.
And is that 44 million on number 2, and then number 3, 50 million?
It is.
And some change. Is that what it is? Okay. And is this number broken down or reflective with the top number 1, for those who are certified, so they're a part of this pool here, or receiving those contracts?
Through the chair, a portion of those registered, certified firms, yes.
And then, Mr. Chairman, do we have a number what this represents? How many contractors?
Through the chair, I do not.
Can we get a list of those contractors, Mr. Chairman? As a point of information, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Titron, a breakdown of the 44 million on page 89, column 2 and column 3, who those contractors are, or how many contractors it was, and who was those contractors that this work went through. And Mr. Chairman, the next question is, of all the contracts that we have in the city of Cleveland that we do business, do we know what that amount is? Because we have a little fraction of this here. How can I tell what the total contracts led at the city of Cleveland, what that number looks like?
Through the chair, I do not have that.
Can we get that?
Through the chair, I believe we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO. Penalties collected, can you elaborate on that, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO?
Through the chair, that is, those are penalties collected in connection with noncompliance with certain commitments that firms make. For example, that the prime has been has a number of certified subcontractors, but then that doesn't actually materialize, and so there can be, in certain circumstances, penalties levied against those firms.
And Mr. Chairman, that's based on the old Fannie Lewis law or the old Fannie Lewis outline, if that's the best way to put it?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, thank you for doing the good job that you do for us here in the city of Cleveland. One of the things that is really important to me sitting here at the table, just going back historically speaking, talking about Mrs. Lewis, and I had an opportunity and thankfully to serve with such an outstanding woman who laid the foundation of now her neighborhood is prospering because of the simple fact that she wouldn't take no. She kept moving and pushing to get her way to develop her neighborhood. And with that being said, there was a time when we were having contracts being let out at the airport, and she made such a fuss here at this table about minorities having an opportunity to get contracts in the city of Cleveland, how primes were getting all the work. People who didn't even live in the city of Cleveland didn't live in the state of Ohio. In fact, we had contractors coming from out of Pennsylvania to come into the city of Cleveland to do work. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, her fight was fierce and passionate. And we have a contractor, Mr. Chairman, who appears on an average anywhere between $43 million and $60 million a year in contracts in various different departments. And when they're doing work here in the city of Cleveland, they don't have minorities working for them. So I asked the question, how is it that they're getting this much money from the city of Cleveland? And they said it was based upon the amount. So it sounds like it was a loophole. And so I'd like to sit down with you to talk about that, because if a contractor, a prime contractor is getting that kind of work in the city of Cleveland, to me, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, they should be hiring minorities. And they've been doing this for probably well over 30 years. And here's what makes things egregious, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, is not only are they not employing minorities to work for them, but they're a mess. They are absolute mess. They don't follow our requirements that we have to code in terms of the specifications and standards we have as it relates to doing the work. And I have evidence to show that. They have put in entire streets, which have been devastating to two neighborhoods, Wards 1 and Wards 2, and there's no accountability to this organization. When I've seen other work done in other parts of the community by professional outfits, they take care of business. They don't leave a mess on the street, debris, dump debris. In fact, so bad that they got concrete running into our sewage systems. I've had directors out in our neighborhood dealing with this issue. I'm still offended by it, and I'm offended by the quality of work that they've done in my neighborhood. So I would like to sit down with you to see what it is that we can do as a city to take whatever legal action is necessary to have them follow our standards, our basic standards. When it comes to doing work in this level, Mr. Chairman, we have standards here that we even asked them to give us a traffic plan. Their traffic plan was horrible. And their own workers, people who work for them, were afraid for their life the way they had set up their traffic plan. And where we failed at, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, is not having enough inspectors. And having the inspectors to hold them accountable to the poor workmanship that they've performed in our community, in addition to holding them accountable to every level of standard that we have in the city of Cleveland. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to work with the CFO. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I haven't heard anything about any kind of accountability, and yet they continue to do work for us. And I've complained, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO. I've complained about this going all the way back to when I was a councilman in 1999. So this organization has been doing a lot of work for us, and there's no accountability systems in place. And I don't know how they continue to get contracts and continue to violate the spirit of this city and the failure of our law department and our inspectors to hold their foot to the standards that we have set. So I would love to work with you on that one, and I would love to get those other requests. And Mr. Chairman, again, thank you. And I'd like to thank the men and women of the Office of Equal Opportunity. Every time I've had the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to talk to Mr. Tyson Mitchell, he's always been very cordial. He's always been very professional. He's always been a good person I could just talk to with ease. So with that, I just want to shout out kudos there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further
Thank you,
questions.
Councilman. And Chief, if you could follow up with the Councilman on those specific concerns that he has. Office of Equal Opportunity, is this what you want to be on? All right, Councilman Richard Starr.
Chair, I will not be long, and I'm not going to make sure so we can get to lunch or break session. So my only questions as it relates to this budget is, I know we have this pool of employees, and I know OEO has 2 vacancies. Are they currently looking to hire those vacancies, or are they going to wait until the pool is ready through the chair?
Through the chair, they are actively recruiting those positions right now.
Okay, and then from my standpoint with OEO, I see their budget obviously is $1.4 million, which is an increase, and I think you already touched on the increase of why that increase. And I remember, like I said, you've been speaking about that additional pay period this year, as well as benefits and things going on to go with that. One of the things that I would definitely agree with Councilman Joe Jones is how he's speaking about when these developments occur, who is keeping eyes on those projects. Me, I can be honest, I do not like a lot of these tips that we're using, and the strategies and how they're using is more so to me as a reverse Robin Hoods. Those neighborhoods that deserve to have that funding, they get put on the back end for the longevity period of the time, then they never see the benefit. And then people are coming back and get TIF money for projects that's already done. So that's a whole nother mess in itself. But my question as it relates to this budget is, do we have enough funding in the Office of Equal Opportunities to have those inspectors or evaluators who can look at those compliance reports and follow up on those who are doing it? Because this good faith effort, it doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with other council members, and it darn sure do not sit well with those who champion us to be able to have the structure and system that we do have in place to ensure that MBE, FBE, CSB is in place as far as those things. So my question is a direct question, and this is my only question, Chair. Do we have enough money funding in this budget to have the right inspectors and people to assess these things and keep eyes on their project? Because a developer, I tell you, somebody come to me screaming that they want me to amend any type of TIF or they want me to do anything and they haven't reached their OEO goals, they will not get a darn thing from me because of their actions of not fulfilling the OEO goals. So through the chair, do we have enough people as far as budgeting for staff to be able to help monitor some of these things that are going on for OEO through the chair?
Chief?
Through the chair, good question. And I think, yes, we build the budget in collaboration with the OEO leadership, and this is consistent with what they asked as part of the 2024 budget process. They do have 3 full-time compliance officers on staff right now who report to an assistant director who then report up to the director. And then they're recruiting for the CBA compliance officer in addition to the existing compliance staff. So with that compliance, with the CBA focused compliance officer, they'll have 4 compliance professionals in the office. And as I mentioned to Councilwoman Santana, if in connection with the CBA specific work, because we know it's a relatively new initiative and it's still not yet known what the workload is going to be to manage that process effectively. If once they're fully staffed, it appears that the workload requires more personnel, then the idea would be to provide that through the vacancy pool.
Yes, and thank you. And my last point or question, not so more, but A task would be to possibly look at some of these development projects that we've had the last 5 to 10 years and see who has been in compliance and who not. So I'm gonna possibly reach out or have the staff work with OEO. I want to really look at these developments to see how the administration, executive branch, is holding individuals accountable on development projects.
Yeah,
And I
and
yield.
I think through the chair, to that point, I neglected to add, OEO has, or is in the process of procuring a new software system, which will greatly assist its compliance efforts, its monitoring, and make it a much more efficient process.
Thank you, and that's all, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Starr. Councilman Conwell.
Thank you very much. You know, I have this, thank you, Councilman. You know, I had to do my own OEO to the chair, to the CFO. They were doing a street in my ward. Matter of fact, it was a $23 million street. No black folks working on the street at all. And I told the project manager that I'm gonna bring at least 100 guys, then we just gonna get in the middle of the street, shut it down ourselves. And I shouldn't have to do that. And I'm saying that to say this. Now Zach Reed is good. If I tell Zach Reed, he's there, and he's very, very good. But I just need people to be more on top of it and give me a count. Give the councilman a count. For example, you have a housing project, or if you have anything in my neighborhood, even in University Circle that's being built, you gotta let me know how many African Americans and how many females are working on the project. Because if not, and if you guys don't do anything about it, they know in my neighborhood I'll do something about it myself. I'm serious, man. We went in, CFO, about 100 guys, and we shut Patrick Henry down, the old Patrick Henry, and we ran the construction workers off the site because they didn't have any black folks working there. You gotta have us working there, or because if you guys don't do it, I'm gonna do it myself. I mean it. If you go back and look at it, I take it serious. This is serious for me. But also, we should be looking at purchasing and procurement. Is that in your plan also with OEO, to the chair, to the CFO?
Through the chair, that's the primary, OEO has, I think, 3 real functions now. One is certifying MBE, FBE, and CSB firms. 2 is implementing the new community benefit ordinance. And then 3rd is working in partnership with the Division of Purchasing and ensuring that, helping identify what the goals are. If there's an MBE, FBE, CSB goal for that procurement, what it is, which category we should be focusing on, and within that category, what % of the subcontracting should be allocated to that category. And OEO's primary function with respect to procurement is working with purchasing to fit that within the procurement process, so that when we receive bids and we're reviewing the pricing that has come back to us, we're applying the right bid discounts based on firms meeting those goals as part of their submission.
To the chair, here's the thing about construction workers. It's a project. A project has a beginning, and then you close the project out. It's over with. Purchasing and procurement, there's no end in mind, meaning that you're always going to have a purchasing order to order different widgets or whatever you need for your operations. That's ongoing. So we can create wealth with purchasing and procurement. A lot of times people just look at the construction site, but it's that purchasing and procurement. Also, when you're doing the project in project management, there's a purchasing this in some of the disciplines of project management when you're executing the project. So that should be monitored as well. We go out and we count people, but is purchasing to do the construction site? Equipment, supplies, they have to order to execute on a project. You see you hear what I'm saying? So not only should they be out there counting the workers, we should look at the purchasing orders on the construction site to make sure that they're hiring African Americans and females and those kind of things. And that's part of the glitch, even when we were doing the Fannie M. Lewis law, because it's a project. And so there's a scope, and money is flowing while the project is being executed in the execution phase. The other thing that we're missing out with OEO is that you have, for example, when you create a building after the construction, you got preventive maintenance, ongoing preventive maintenance. Someone might, for example, in the city of Cleveland, you might do a project in Cleveland that might cost, in City Hall, it might cost $10 million to do the project. So you got to make sure, because it's ongoing preventive maintenance, that people are working there on that site. And those are the things. I see us counting construction sites, and we're doing purchasing and procurement, but those things are ongoing. In projects, as I mentioned earlier, you have purchasing and procurement, and you have preventive maintenance, which is ongoing. The other thing, and I'll close out, I'm looking at projects right now in my mind. That's why I'm stuttering. You got the city, when Council President Blaine Griffin was championing the racism as a public health crisis, when he was championing that, the city should take an audit of all their buildings. We should take an audit on to make sure that we are in compliance as well. Because if you champion something, you should be doing it too. You agree with me?
Through the chair, yes.
So OEO should. I have a conversation with the OEO director. He's very mindful, very conscientious guy. He's a pretty good person. I will sit down with him on it. That's just where I'm at with that. He's good. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, let's hear Office of Economic Development.
You beating up in it.
Office of Economic Development begins on page 286. Tom McNair is the director. Salaries and wages are on page 288. 2023 unaudited, $1,297,609. Budgeted for 2024, $1,972,950. Total expenditures, 2023 unaudited, $1,910,959. Budgeted for 2024, $2,890,918. Staffing levels are on page 289. December 2023, 17. Budgeted for 24, 24.
Thank you. Chief, take us away.
Through the chair to the council, just one initial note that we did, as you see in the staffing level, we increased the headcount in the Department of Economic Development, and as I described in my presentation last Friday in the retreat, that was in response to council ask for more neighborhood-based support as part of the department's economic development activity.
Thank you, Chief. And I'll just note that I've been a firm believer that this department is has historically been woefully understaffed. So I'm glad to see the addition of person power to this department. All right, let me take a look here. So obviously the increases in hospitalization, all that is due to that. Are there anything else you would note in here of change that you think is important to highlight?
Through the chair, I would just note that the travel line item is increased significantly over 2023, and I think it's the same as what was budgeted in 2023. For whatever reason, there wasn't a lot of travel done. I think a lot of staff did not go to conferences out of town, but we're re-including that amount this year in the anticipation that folks do take advantage of professional development activities.
Okay, and so when it comes to travel, supplies, things like that, is what we need, so it's one thing to hire folks to work within the neighborhoods to help small businesses, but They got to get there. They may need supplies to help. Do you feel that those aspects of this expansion are incorporated in this budget? So if I want to go over to Councilman Conwell's ward and talk to small business owners, would I need to get there? Would I need to present? Would I need to engage? Is that in this?
Through the chair, I think so. I think, when we think about our travel budget, it's mostly for out-of-town travel. In-town travel, we do reimburse in certain circumstances for mileage, et cetera.
Okay.
But those are, when we're doing in-town travel, it's pretty modest in terms of amount.
Okay. What questions do I have for the Department of Economic Development on the budget? We already had our operational hearings on this. What about the budget? All right, hearing none. Madam Clerk, are we, what is our, you got to speak up.
Oh, sorry, I thought Councilman
I'm not
House
your
was
mother.
up, so.
Raise your hand.
I'll be very quick.
Councilman Slife.
And I just want to note, I've been talking about looking at actual versus budgeted originally, and getting, excluding 3 departments and divisions that are relatively newer, so you would expect kind of growth. Economic development had the highest increase in percent of budget spent from 22 to 23. Then 2023, they spent 99.5% of their budget. So I just want to laud them for that, not only because I think it shows that economic development is on a positive trajectory, but also because they are ahead of the director's office in the Department of Finance, which would be number 2 per this rating. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman Slife. You are 30 seconds. Well done. Councilman Joe Jones.
Slife talk fast.
He left.
All right. Any additional questions on economic development? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, do we have a timeline on break? Not yet. What do we want to do utilities? All right. Utilities, come on up. Chief? Or I'm sorry, staff, please read utilities. I'm jumping all over the place.
Where's the director at? Oh, no. I forgot, we on. How you doing?
Public Utilities begins on page 310, Utilities General Administration.
That's my buddy.
Marty Kane, Director. Salaries
Were
and
we rolled into
wages.
utilities? Sir, Councilman, we've already started utilities. I'm not either. We're already starting utilities. Please continue reading utilities.
Salaries and wages on page 311, 2023 unaudited, $4,122,917. Budgeted for 2024, $5,544,400. Total expenses are on page 312, 2023 unaudited, $6,767,966. Budgeted for 2024, $8,907,797. Staffing on page 313, December 2023, 55. Budgeted for 24, 90.
All right, thank you. Mr., to our Chief Financial Officer, or to, I guess we have 2 Chief Financial Officers here. The only question I have is on page 311 under contractual services, professional services. Why the sudden increase?
Through Chairman, this year we are going to be entering into our contract for professional development for our employees, as well as our risk training that we do annually, and we're being led by the city's HR department for HR document processing to be electronic, so we're putting our money aside for that.
All right. Anybody have any questions on Utilities General Administration?
I do.
Councilman Conwell?
With your risk training, what kind of risk training are you guys doing?
Through the chair to the councilman, this is for all of our employees. We do certain things like lockout, tagout, fire extinguisher.
What's that?
Whenever we have electrical closets, we have to make sure that we turn off all the electrical. So it's stationed for them to make sure that they have turned off everything and let everybody know. So there's certain processes that have to happen for those things. And then we also have like fire extinguisher training, ergonomic training to make sure that everybody's okay, that we don't get carpal tunnel, to make sure our chairs are okay and all those things. As well as making sure that we know the protocols for making sure when there's possible active shooter training. So we do all All those are given to us through the computer so that we can do them at the timing of all the employees' abilities.
So what you doing with risk, what do you guys, you train what staff on risk or all the people on risk so you can do prevention through the chair? Is that the reason why the risk, and you do a risk analysis?
So we have a section responsible for risk. They are overseeing the different divisions and responsibilities for the different sections. So my review is to look at like fire extinguishers, ergonomics, active shooter, while our electrical group would most likely have to do lockout, tagout, possibly other different sections that I would never have to look at because my position would never have to do those.
But you understand their risk analysis as well through the chair, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, because both, you should understand both.
Yes.
That's some good stuff. You know, I'd like to see your, is it a form you have through the chair to do your risk analysis, or who's leading it?
Through the chair to the councilman, it is led by our risk group. They've assessed what positions need these positions. I don't know what they specifically have, but we have talked out when we say, hey, we think this position needs additional training. We have done that with them at times.
And so you guys discuss it. How often do you look at risk and you discuss risk?
So we are responsible to do these trainings every year. So it is our risk group will send out notifications to everybody, usually about March of every year, and then they have the whole year. So by December 31st, everybody has to do their trainings along the way.
That's important. That's very important. Prevention is important, especially with risk. You see any other risk or threats you think that need to be added to you while you do your risk analysis?
So we look at this on a regular basis. This year, they are looking at actually adding email safety, which is not necessarily a physical risk, but it is something that we want to make sure that our employees are aware of, not to click on something that they should not click on and cause any havoc. So that is going to be added this year, or at least it's expected to be added this year if all goes according to plan.
So you have a team that, what they do, they evaluate risk, or, because risk is ongoing and it changes and you have to manage risk for
So we have-
prevention, because sometimes you get new risk through the chair.
Yep. Through the chair to the councilman, there's a team of about 15 risk employees. They do various different things. They are awesome. They make sure that not only are we making sure that we are trained, but they are also going out on site to make sure everybody's doing what they're being trained to do. Because of them, the number of injuries in our department has gone down significantly over the last
That's a
several
good
years.
thing. That helps us out with workers' compensation as well. I'm
definitely
looking
does.
at it in my mind. So when you do your risk sheet, what is it? Pre, post testing for risk, or you just have a scorecard for the risk through
No.
the chair?
So our risk group is evaluating on a very regular basis, and then if any of our different sections see any concerns, we will bring it to their attention and see if they can address it, and they will whenever it's possible.
And so how you score it through the chair? How you score your risk?
So risk management is responsible just to evaluate it. I don't know if they actually do have a scoring card, but it's not just once a year. They are looking at it throughout the year.
Yeah, you need to do it ongoing. And it should be part of training when you bring in new people, because you train people ongoing, and risk should be in that training.
Yep. So whenever a new employee comes, they spend about a day here at City Hall, and then they spend another day at DPU looking at risk as well as talking to our HR. So they spend a whole day doing all those initial assessments, and then they go out to the sites on the third day.
You could look at threats also, risk and threats, the probability of threats. Would you guys do statistics for it, or are you just doing it by expert opinion, or what? Or when you do your evaluation process, I mean, how you looking at
We're
it?
evaluating all different threats and assessments across the board on a regular basis. The biggest one that we're watching on a regular basis is our IT. So they are.
Yeah, the IT, yeah.
Yep, they're watching WebExes, they're working with City Hall ITS on a very regular basis, as well as talking with the various communities outside in the utility world, so to make sure that everybody's staying current on the cybersecurity issues that are out there.
Right. You know what I would do through the chair with your IT? When you do your strategic plan, and they discuss risk, and you could take a look at what they're talking about in their strategic plan, And that would help you out also to, when you look at it.
I can say that we do review our strategic, our IT risk on a regular basis. In this budget alone, we do have added costs because we're making sure that everything is secure. We want to make sure that the water, sewer, and power
about the
are
water.
very secure, so we are making sure that we are keeping current on all those issues.
Yeah, 'cause that's threat. That's definitely a threat. I don't want to see it because you want to keep it close to you as much as possible.
Yes.
Yeah, so I dig that. I like that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Spencer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to have Ms. Troy at the table today. I'm going to build off of some of the questions that Councilman Conwell was asking. So through the chair, if I understand the conversation about professional services, the professional services line item accurately, the risk training is a recurring annual expense, and then this year we're adding placeholder dollars for HR processing and professional development through the chair.
Yes, correct.
So it seems like the risk training is, I don't know, last year around $67,000. So the professional development HR is adding another over $200,000 through the chair?
That's in the roundabout, yes.
Okay. I'm curious whether how much, do you have a ballpark for how much of that 200 is HR versus professional development?
The HR document process is expected to be about 100,000. We have not gotten final numbers yet, but we're just using it as a placeholder until we have a better handle on what's going on.
Okay. And then is there a reason that the professional development is, it's not held on an annual basis? Curious to learn a little bit more about the professional development.
So professional development, we actually have something called the DPU Academy that we do on a regular basis. Currently, it is with Kent State. That does not mean that that's who it's going to be in the future. The contract was entered into a couple years ago, so we had some money left over in those, so there was no additional funds needed in '23.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask about, there's been a lot of discussion during this budget cycle about vacancies, and because this is an enterprise fund, I presume that DPU would not be so the administration is using a vacancy pool approach to sort of lend some flexibility when it comes to vacancies. It looks like, so this would not be subject to that. However, it looks like there's been a lot of budgeted positions that have not been filled. So is there a reason that 90 total division positions is the correct number to request in the 2024 budget?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, so if you look at the first set of numbers, the total full-time open is 50, at December 2023 was 54, budget is 74. Those are largely IT positions as well as public affairs positions that we are actively trying to hire. As you can imagine, everybody is looking for IT professionals, so it is fairly difficult to find them and keep them if they're really good. We've had several that come and go, but we are secure and we all feel confident in the IT. It's just a matter of making sure we find the right fit for them. And then there's several students that are in our budget, which is the vacant trainee spot. Those are students, and those are traditional college students that we're bringing into the department.
Okay. Going to page 310, which is the org chart, I won't crack the joke about the magnifying glass. Just kidding. All right, never mind. No one else thought that was funny. Okay. What is DPU support services? It says 58 positions. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes. So our support services include the risk management group, public affairs, IT, HR, fleet management, and then the director's office proper.
Okay. Okay, that's quite a lot of stuff rolling up under there.
Yes.
I think in the future would be, if we continue with this org chart model, it would be interesting to see when you have that many employees, 58 rolling up under, it might be interesting to see that breakout.
Okay.
And then there's a sentence in the description here on page 310, this all through our chair. Division of Utilities Administration is responsible for providing high-quality customer service to customers of the Division of Water, Water Pollution Control, and Cleveland Public Power. I wanted just to clarify for the general public, this is not the call centers or the actual customer service centers for
No,
those entities. So what is the high-quality customer service being provided by Utilities General Administration?
The customer service is to the internal user, so we are providing the customer service to the Division of Water, to the Division of Water Pollution Control. So those sections, the IT, risk management, HR, they're providing good service to those divisions.
Okay, I think this is not, I would not phrase it this way in the future. I think it just sounds like we're talking about external customers like ratepayers. So I would clarify that we're talking about service to internal
Okay.
entities. All right,
Understood.
that would help me. Thank you. All right, thanks, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to look at, just make sure I'm all on the same page here with this. You administer to several different organizations and entities on the utilities, which is Water, Water Pollution Control, Cleveland Public Power, Utilities Fiscal Control, Office of Radio Communications. Is that
Through
correct,
the
Mr.
chair to
Chairman?
the councilman, yes, that is correct.
And then you have some other divisions here, Support Services, Channel TV 20, and Photography, correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, TV 20 and photo are part of the office, or the Utilities General Administration Office.
Well, let me just start out by giving some credit where credit's due. I think that Channel TV 20 does a wonderful, outstanding, excellent job. And I really appreciate the work that they do. A lot of times they may go unrecognized, but this council person appreciate it. I often, turn on Channel TV 20 and I'm seeing stuff that I might not even be aware of in terms of the information that they constantly have in terms of their programming. And I also want to give recognition to our photography group. Again, they are absolutely outstanding. Whenever I've had to deal with them, they have been pleasant, and they have made and extended every effort when we've asked to be at our community sessions or meetings to take photos, so I'm appreciative of it. And before I move forward, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the distinguished lady, her full name, I know Troy, but I don't want to say Mr. Chairman to Troy. I would just like to know your full name, please.
Through the chair to the councilman, my name is Catherine Troy.
Catherine Troy.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that it, Mr.?
No, I'm writing it down, Mr. Chairman. To Catherine Troy, you are titled as our CFO, is that correct?
The CFO of Public Utilities, correct.
Okay, great. And then in the utilities, as the presiding over the administration portion of this, do you guys also handle the marketing of all of these departments?
The department does, yes, with in conjunction with the Office of Communications, Mayor's Office.
Great. Can you make available to our offices, because normally during the fiscal period, we usually get the books and productions of the various different divisions. I'm not sure if we have that here on our systems, but we normally will get handouts on what these various different departments have accomplished in an annual basis. Can we get that information, Mr. Chairman?
Councilman,
Mrs. Troy?
that was given to us during the operations portion that we held back in October. We'll make sure that we get you a copy.
Thank you for, Mr. Chairman, making sure that that is the case. I appreciate getting that as soon as possible. Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, there's an amnesty program. Do your office administer that and track that information?
Director? I think he's talking about the water amnesty program that we set up.
Through the chair to the councilman, my division, fiscal control, worked closely with CPP and water to administer that program, yes.
And do we have numbers on that, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Troy?
I do.
Director?
Through the end of 2023, about 1.5 million had been distributed to our various customers.
And Mr. Chairman, do we have a breakdown of where it went based upon, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Troy, what neighborhoods it served in terms of 1 through 17?
Through the chair to the councilman, I do not. I think we have to request that.
Okay.
I can tell you this much, that our water amnesty, those who was citywide, I don't think we have a breakdown yet of per ward, and Cleveland Public Power was within their service area, which is primarily the east side.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request that information based upon every single ward, and I want to kind of gauge where and how those funds were spent. So, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Titron, to our CFO, can we get a breakdown on how both Cleveland Public Power expended those resources in addition to the water department? Do we know how much the water department expended, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Troy?
Yes, I do. Hold on, let me get to water. Let's see. Water received, or the ratepayers of water received amnesty of 587,000. And the ratepayers for CPP received the balance of that number. So they received 856,000.
And what is remaining, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Catherine Troy in the account?
The total allocation from council was 2 million,
million.
so there's about 500,000 left over, or left to distribute as appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Troy. My next question would be in terms of vision, goals.
Councilman Jones, can we stick to the budget, please?
It is to the budget, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, as long as it's budget related, we can move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concept here, when we go into the other various different divisions, it is your administration that provides the visions and or the future for these. You help put the programs together so that we can accrue and receive resources. Is that correct? Or are you involved with that in any way?
The executive staff of DPU, Public Utilities, works closely together as well as with the administration to make sure that we're looking at the future correctly.
Right. So Mr. Chairman, one of the concerns that I have, Mr. Chairman, to the director is having a vision from your department on how we're going to grow and expand Cleveland Public Power and increase its revenues. So you would be responsible with making those decisions as relates in specific and particular to this department?
Through the chair to the councilman, that is not necessarily in this budget, so I would request that that go through a hearing if we want further discussion on that.
So do we have that, Mr. Chairman, to the director? And as it relates to what's the future of Cleveland Public Power, have we talked about that?
But Councilman
I'm
Jones,
just saying in general.
we
because
have Cleveland Public Power coming up.
I'm going to jump into that.
I know, but there's nothing in the utilities fiscal control in regards to the vision of Cleveland Public Power. If you want to talk about that when we get to Cleveland Public Power, we can see what's in the budget for their vision.
Well, the reason why I asked, Mr. Chairman, based on the budget, I'm looking at page 312, we're looking at revenues. So is any of that, how does the revenues break down, Mr. Chairman? Charges for service and miscellaneous.
Through the chair to the councilman, the charges for services is broken down between the 3 user divisions, Cleveland Water, Water Pollution Control, and CPP.
So Cleveland Public Power, so this is a
Cleveland
part of
Public Power.
their revenues, correct?
No, this is revenues that CPP pays towards the Utilities Administration for their operations.
And so these are just chargebacks from the various different departments?
Correct.
And so all this comes back to this, to your utilities general mission fund?
Correct, yes.
And how does that work, if you can elaborate that, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
The charges for services are based on the actual needs of Utilities Administration. So if Utilities Administration does not spend the money, it is not reimbursed back to them. It is treated as an internal service fund for this purpose.
I see.
And can I just pause you for a second? Madam Clerk, can we appoint at this point Councilman Kelly, Councilman House, Councilman Harsh and Slife, and Jones, temporarily on the Finance Committee, pro temp for the Finance Committee, so that we can have a quorum and continue on? Thank you.
So the three divisions then will reimburse the utilities admin as needed.
And Mr. Chairman, can the distinguished lady give us the capital outlay? I see that some of this is transfer of capital projects and so on. Can you explain the line item here in terms of expenditures?
In 2022 and 2023, the transfer to capital projects is for the new TV truck that is needed from cable TV. Their current truck is, I believe, from 2008. So they're putting in they're installing a new one here shortly. It should be here soon.
Do they have it? Do they have the truck yet?
They do not. It should be coming. I do not know the delivery date.
Okay. I see an increase on page 313. If you could elaborate on how many employees for your staffing. It seems that in 2023 you had 55, and then there's budgeted now for 24 at 90. If you could elaborate on the increase and where that would,
So the
how that
full-time-
would work.
So the full-time staff has increased by 1, and this is for the TV 20 section. In the total trainees, it has increased by 6, and this is to have additional students in the Department of Public Utilities. These are the traditional students from colleges that come and learn from those areas.
And so that would be your total there.
Correct.
I see. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Moving on to Office of Radio Communications, if staff can read it in, please.
Thank you.
Service fund.
Office of Radio Communications begins on page 380. Administrator Manager Brad Henke. Salaries and wages are on page 381. 2023 unaudited, $281,957. 2024 budgeted, $496,440. Total expenditures on page 382, 2023 unaudited, $3,888,973. Budgeted for 2024, $4,839,882. Staffing levels are on page 383. December 2023, 6. Budgeted for 2024, 8.
All right. Director, anything? I have no questions in regards to this one.
We think it's a great division.
All right. Any questions
Agreed.
on Office of Radio Communications? All right. Seeing none, we're going to move on. Division of Utilities Fiscal Control.
Utilities Fiscal Control begins on page 314. CFO Catherine Troy. Salaries and wages are on page 315, 2023 unaudited, $4,227,530. Budgeted for 2024, $5,568,945. Total expenditures, page 316, 2023 unaudited, $6,064,230. 2024 budgeted, $8,668,806. Staffing on page 317, December 23, 70. Budgeted for 2024, 83.
All right, thank you. Director, everything looks pretty much in line except for your professional services, and you have a couple of vacancies. So if you just touch on those.
Through Chair, our professional services are possibly for temporary personnel because we have a couple vacancies that we're expecting to be pretty significant because of retirements. So we want to make sure that we have coverage, as well as for shredding services and our professional development contract that is similar to the utilities admin portion.
Okay. Any questions for Utilities Fiscal Control?
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Jones?
As it relates to revenues and revenues collections, can the director tell us how that looks for the various different departments you represent?
Yep. Through the chair to the councilman, this is the same as utilities admin, water pollution control, and CPP are charged back costs to run fiscal control.
So what are those revenues for Cleveland Public Power? If you could elaborate where it comes in at revenues here on page 316.
So these are the revenues to fiscal control. It is a chargeback, so it is a cost for CPP that you will see in their individual lines in their, when we get to their books.
So it's not located here, but it's
No.
a part of this.
So the line for charges for services is what fiscal control charges to those three divisions.
I see. And how do we look, would this be the area, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Troy, that the department that deals with the fiscal control as well as the health of these different departments fiscally?
Director?
This is the fiscal control division, yes.
Mr. Chairman, to the CFO?
I think through the chair to the councilman, the direction of the various divisions within the department is under the leadership of the director, Marty Kane, and others in the administration, the mayor, to ensure that the organization is running successfully.
Right.
Fiscal control is an operational organization that handles the day-to-day financial operations of the divisions within the Department of Public Utilities.
So one of them will be Cleveland Public Power. And I guess the question, getting straight to the chase, is what is the fiscal health of Cleveland Public Power? And it's been difficult to kind of like get into understanding that whole piece. Every time I ask a question and scratch the surface, I get a different. So I'm just trying to figure out, is this department, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, handles the health of that utility?
Through the chair, I'll just answer the direct question. CPP is in stable condition. It is able to meet its day-to-day obligations, but it is not in a position that allows the utility to make significant capital investments to improve and or expand its service area. So it's operating. I'm a customer of CPP, and the service is good. But that does not mean it's able to make the kinds of investments that I think the director, the commissioner, the mayor, myself, Ms. Troy would like to see made because of the condition of its finances.
Right, and Mr. Chairman, to the director, I would love to see, the vision for that department. I'm a supporter of Cleveland Public Power, and would like to see what its future looks like, and its projections, and the proposition for expanding. And I know that there was quite a bit of deal of talk about that pre-2018. And I want to kind of figure out, because I know that this city made a number of investments. Then at that time when I became a councilman, the director promised he would come back and really fundamentally talk about that. And then unfortunately he got eliminated. And he had to go somewhere else. And so I don't know, Mr. Chairman, with the new administration, and that's something that we could talk offline and have a private session with Mrs. Troy or whomever else the administration may have, so that I can get a better clarity there. I would appreciate setting up that time so that I could talk to some of those people.
And we can arrange that, but I will let you know that this year, the Cleveland Public Power just did a facilities assessment, and they're in the process of doing a rate study. So look for tough decisions in future hearings coming probably toward the third third or fourth quarter of this year regarding Cleveland Public Power.
And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your job, what you do. One of the things I've constantly heard is like a three-card Molly in a sense. I've been shuffled across the table. And what I mean by that is that I've asked these questions. I've been delayed by there's supposed to be a report here, we're going to be doing this there, and this has been several years now. So I'm
Well, I
appreciative
can
that
tell
we
you that
have.
the studies have been done. One's done, one's currently in the process of being done.
This is to the
so-
CFO.
Okay.
So I got you. I heard you. So this is to the CFO, letting you know the history I've had to deal with sitting here at this table. And so as doing my fiscal responsibility of oversight, I would love to have the opportunity to sit down with your people at Cleveland Public Power to take a personal deep dive and have no limitations on my time to be able to ask the kind of questions that need to be asked. There are a lot of people who have fought for this Cleveland Public Power to be in existence, and even going all the way back, our city was brought into a bankruptcy crisis because of it. And so it's a serious issue, and I would love to see what the vision is, Mr. Chairman, to the
All right.
director.
Any other questions for Utilities Fiscal Control? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the Division of Water.
Division of Water begins on page 318, Commissioner Alex Margavicius. Salaries and wages are on page 320, 2023 unaudited, $60,453,197. Budgeted for 2024, $67,832,429. Total expenditures are on page 323, 2023 unaudited, $349,510,706. Budgeted for 2024, $382,916,889. Staffing levels are on page 324, December 23, 874. Budgeted for 2024, 1,219.
All right, thank you. And to the CFO and to our finance director, this is slowly becoming the largest division in the city of Cleveland. We're only a couple of hundred now behind Cleveland Police. So this, I want to remind people that Division of Water is the ninth largest water system in the country. So this just doesn't service the city of Cleveland. This services just about all of Northeast Ohio, going, all the way up to Brunswick, right? So we go as far west as
North Olmsted as
north-
a regular customer
right,
at Emergency Services to Lorraine County.
right, and then as far east as
Part of
Yes,
Lake County,
yeah.
yeah.
all the way out to Lake County, as far south as
Summit County.
Summit County. We have parts of Summit County. So this is a very large division, and it looks like it is in financially stable for the most part. But
Yes.
Troy, I don't have any questions in regards to this, except for maybe our number of employees, which it looks like we're down.
To the chair, we are down for employees. We are actively hiring, actively recruiting for water pipe repair, as well as our customer service personnel. It is open on our city website, so please, if you have anybody that's willing and able, have them apply, and our D&M group will be very excited.
And it's not a bad paying job.
No, it is not.
So Division of Water does pay well. Anybody have questions on?
Mr. Chairman.
Anybody have any questions on Division of Water? Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate Commissioner Alex, and I always get his name mixed up, so if someone can help me with his last name, please.
No,
Commissioner?
I call him Commissioner Alex. I
You
can't-
just say Commissioner Alex.
I-
Everybody just says Commissioner Alex.
Is it Margavicius? Margavicius?
Margavicius.
I don't know.
Margavicius.
Commissioner Alex.
So I just want to say kudos to the Commissioner Alex Margavicius, and if I messed your name up, please forgive me. he has been in our division, since I can remember being a baby almost. I think, was it 30 years or 40 years?
I am sure the commissioner would not appreciate being told he is that old.
Well, that's okay. He looks good. And the issue is this water department shows it too in terms of its expansion. That's why we talked about the vision of Cleveland Public Power. Having a stable head at this organization for as long as it has, you can see how it has expanded to over 79 suburban municipalities in Cuyahoga County. And this also includes Geauga, Lake, Medina, Portage, and Summit counties. And I would like to see the growth of Cleveland Public Power to do the same. And that helps our city to be stable, and it gives us an opportunity to hire citizens within the region and certainly within our city. Mr. Chairman, my question would be looking at a $7 million increase. And this would be due to, in terms of salaries and wages, would be due to the request to adding or extending more employees in the department.
Director?
And how many employees are we down right now, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Through the chair to the councilman, as of December 31st, the number was at 873. The average number of employees during the year was 884, so we definitely have some way to go up. And I believe actually through pay 4, we were back up to 890 employees, so we are actively working towards it.
And will this affect, Mr. Chairman, the operations of the water division?
The water is safe, and it will be provided to our customers at all times. We are using contractual assistance when necessary to make sure that is true.
And so, right now, we're open, we have 345 spots that we want to fill in the division? Yeah, we're in water.
I would assume your math is correct, yes.
Okay. And you say that we could find this information on your webpage, on those vacancies?
Those vacancies are available on the City of Cleveland website. They're under the section of HR for new positions available. Water pipe repair, customer service are the two main positions that we are actively working towards. There are several others, but those are the two largest that have positions open at this time.
And do we, Mr. Chairman, looking at this, are we looking to expand either farther into grabbing other divisions and municipalities to join the water division?
The department is always willing to talk to others. At this time, I am unaware of any active talks with any other sections.
And the interdepartmental, so this would be all the City of Cleveland's divisions from utilities to general fund and so on, is at 18.7 million, is that correct?
This is the charges that water pays to those various sections.
And I know that this substantially up from the previous 3 years. Can you elaborate on why that cost has increased?
Yes, the two main areas that are increasing significantly are the charges from utilities administration and the charges from fiscal control, which are the two divisions we recently spoke of. Because they kept their budgets down, they did not need to charge back to water. So that is why there's significant savings. But we do fund 100% when needed, as needed.
Right. And your capital outlay, I see that is lower this year. Can you talk a little bit about why that has decreased so significantly?
Yes, through the chair to the councilman, this is because Cleveland Water is going to be going out for debt here very shortly. We are accumulating all the contracts as we speak, so hopefully we will have new money that's debt for the summer construction season. So because of that, we're expecting to get about $70 million on top of the $60 million we're requesting here for that time period. That's why the operating capital is down.
Now, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Troy, with the contracts that are let out, I presume it's an RFP process?
It is a competitive process, correct?
And I touched on a little bit of this. There is a contractor that gets $40 million some dollars and some change, and who knows when you really dig deep just how much the city is giving them. Do you work, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Troy with OEO?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we do, our department does, as well as every department in the city, works
And-
with OEO.
Now, when it comes to minorities having an opportunity to have a chance to get some of these contracts, how does that work in your department and making sure that that's fair across the board? Do you guys have any kind of accounting system?
Through the chair, I can jump in. The Division of Water, the divisions in the Department of Public Utilities work with OEO the same as any other organization that's procuring goods and services. And so when there is a need, there's coordination between the requesting division, the Division of Purchasing in the Finance Department, and the Office of Equal Opportunity. And in that coordination, the goals that are appropriate for that procurement are established.
So you're
and
saying
then
that-
the
okay.
goals, the responses to the solicitation, whether it be an RFP or a sealed bid, are reviewed against those goals, and discounts are applied accordingly as respondents achieve goals or don't. And then the winning bidder is selected based on the totality of the circumstances, which is measured by, at least in the sealed bid context, the lowest
Who I can't-
and best,
The who? You said by the who?
the totality of the circumstances.
I see. So there, is this a group effort, or is this, who does that?
These are any contract over $50,000 is ultimately reviewed by the Board of Control. So there is work with the division, OEO, Division of Purchasing. They coordinate and conduct the procurement process, and then once that is completed and there's a recommendation to actually enter into a contract, that is presented to Board of Control. In that presentation, we receive what the OEO goals were for that procurement and whether they were satisfied or not, and the Board of Control votes to approve or reject the recommendation to enter into the contract.
So basically, there are a number of divisions that work together, and Board of Control is like the finality of it?
Let me interrupt. Can we set up something totally different for Councilman Jones so that we can explain the contracts and OEO and other? I think that would be better, Councilman, so that we can stay on budget here, so that we can make sure, though, that the finance director and whoever, OEO and everybody else, actually explains the whole process so that we don't have to go through each department and because I know you have that question.
No, this is for this particular, this is the second department right here,
right,
Mr. Chairman, may be aware, may not be aware of what's happening in my neighborhood. And so let me just say this, because this is important. When you have a contractor that's getting over $40-some million from the city of Cleveland in contracts, and they're not hiring minorities, and on top of that, they're doing a horrible job, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Right.
And so when we look here at this budget.
Is it through the Division of Water?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Division of Water is one of them.
All right. Maybe.
There's several departments that this contractor has been able to maneuver in such a sweet way under the radar screen where they're not hiring minorities. So I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Chairman, why my people can't get a job.
Right, and I can understand and appreciate that, but I think that's a bigger conversation that at the table right now, and I'd love to help you navigate through making sure that you get all the information and that you bring that to the attention of the appropriate people, not only in council but also in the administration. But if we could please just kind of stick to the budget, and we can. I understand.
Well, it's
your
in here.
frustration.
See, it's in here, though.
I understand the frustration, but we're not going to mention specific contracts.
Never mention their name
exactly.
because of the simple fact that this it should be a legal issue.
Right.
Which is
why
that time.
Which is why we'll have law at that meeting with you and everything else. So you have my word that I'll help you throughout whatever it is with utilities to make sure that every contract that goes out meets the OEO regulations. But if we could please try to stick to what's in the book right now, and I understand your frustration, and we can deal with that in a separate time, sooner rather than later.
Well, I appreciate you helping to, Mr. Chairman, to prepare the foundation so that we can get to the deep end of it. But, you know, this is the budget, and that's the reason why I asked the question, because I see that budget line item there. All right. And so and that's the reason why I asked also that if this department, if this contractor, Mr. Chairman, can get away with that, then how many others are doing it? And we don't know about it. So with that being said, that's the reason why Fannie Lewis fought at the end of the table so hard. And that's the reason why so many others have fought so hard, Mr. Chairman, with due respect to you and to moving this budget along. But they fought very hard to make sure that Clevelanders have an opportunity to get the jobs that they have over the course of time laid the foundation of creating these systems. And so I appreciate the work of the commissioner, and I do appreciate the work of the Water Division. I do want to shout out to Margaret Jackson. She does a good job for us. She will answer her phone at nighttime. She would answer her phone on weekends. So I'm very appreciative of the work that she does for us in our neighborhood. And certainly, Mr. Chairman, wanted to just give that shout out. And then I'll close it with it. And I think I'm up under my time. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Division of Water? Councilwoman House Jones.
It'd be House Jones.
Casey.
Casey. through the chair to the chief and the team that's here. And looking at the budget, I was trying to figure out where would we find, or how can you see, I don't know, would it be called, I'm saying charity care, but basically the charity or the loss that happens through the division of water because you know some people don't pay their bills, or for forgiveness, or through programs. How does that work, and how is that reflected in the budget?
Chief Director.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, there are several different programs that Cleveland Water has for people that need assistance. There's an affordability program, there's a homestead program. There's a program that we use for conservation that we speak of that currently is being held by CHN. All these programs, while the program for conservation is in the budget under professional services, the affordability and homestead programs are just a reduced amount of revenue that the division receives.
A follow-up. So through the chair to the team here, as I've shared, I'm particularly concerned of the lack of the partnership with the Department of Water, Utilities, and all of the likes, as the Portaloos, who have been sitting in storage for 2 years. And when the chief operating officer tells me who's going to pay for the water, I'm really trying to get to a resolution to ensure that an entity or products, infrastructure that is set up to ensure that our unhoused population actually has a place to go to the bathroom, that the city would actually be a real partner and not the consistent stalling, because we have not yet to come up with a decision on how to pay for the water. So when I was asking around charity care, I'm trying to figure out how do we get the water paid for through the whole Department of Water to ensure that we can get these Portaloos, 4 Portaloos installed through the chair, and where that cost will be and how we can get it captured through the Department of Water.
Director? Do you know anything about it? Director?
I would say that I would need to get back to my director to find out what's currently working.
I'll tell you this. At our next Utilities Committee meeting, we'll bring them to the table and we'll have that discussion on Portaloos. We'll also bring capital projects to the table as well.
Do the chair, so looking at, it's $34 million in this budget for capital. I'm just really trying to get to an answer, because it seems like there's been an unwillingness from the chief operating officers, utilities, to actually do, it's been 2 years. And
Sure.
Because of this, all of the complaints that we are getting regarding urination, feces that are
throughout, and specifically in Ward 7, and this can be a real solution. I don't know what the cost is to even clean up these types of things. We are already paying for it, and if we are not budgeting for it to really try to be to a solution, then I don't know what to do. And these are the utilities. I'm asking these questions because, again, I've tried to work amenable with the departments and scenes, but people are blowing me off, and it's not fair to our residents, to property owners, and I really need the actual investment from our utility departments to actually pay and find a creative way when we know people that are unhoused don't get paychecks a lot of times, and this should just be a service that we provide because we're already paying for it.
Would like a point on that? Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
To my parliamentary procedure and get permission from the member with the floor. I want to second Councilwoman House Jones on this point, and to dig in even deeper. It appears that the only holdup is utilities. The maintenance plan is already there, the installation's already there, so we do need an answer on this. So I appreciate Councilman Casey on that, but I fully second that. And just as a note too, they're open to everybody. So for sure on population, but
right. It will be public.
Yeah.
And again, even having partnerships through the chair, having the partnerships, because people were like, well, who's going to clean it? Well, let's figure it out between, we have a nonprofit as well as some of our city workers, again, but because we are talking about a budget and because this is a budget issue, it needs to actually be put in the budget because I strongly believe this is a responsibility that the city of Cleveland should take because we are having the unintended consequences for our lack of investment in this.
And Councilwoman, you brought this to my attention, I think, 8 days ago or something like that. So I'm just learning. I'm just learning of it. But
and even that is very problematic for me in and of itself.
Yeah, because I did not know anything about these. Didn't even know what it was until you explained it to me. So I'll let our next utility committee hearing. One of the topics of discussion will be what we do with the Portaloos.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have anything for Division of Water? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much. Moving on to Division of Water Pollution Control.
Begins on page 325, Commissioner Ramona Lowry Farrell. Page 326, Salaries and Wages. 2023 unaudited, $7,617,599. 2024 budgeted, $9,228,630. Total expenditures are on page 328. 2023 unaudited, $34,837,682. 2024 budget, $42,105,590. Staffing levels are on page 329. December 23, 127. Budgeted for 2024, 173.
All right. Looks like Water Pollution Control Director looks financially stable. No big changes. Do you have any comments on Water Pollution Control?
No, it's a good division.
Anybody have any questions on Water Pollution Control? All right, seeing none, let's move on to Cleveland Public Power.
Is on page 330, Commissioner Ammon Danielson. Salaries and wages are on page 332, 2023 unaudited, $18,448,692. 2024 budgeted, $21,041,352. Total expenditures are on page 334, 2023 unaudited, $188,899,938. Budgeted 2024, $213,908,555. Staffing levels on page 335, December 23, 211. Budgeted for 2024, 305.
All right, thank you. And again, I want to remind the committee that Cleveland Public Power has gone through a facilities assessment, which leads to a rate study, which is not ready to be prepared yet to the council, but we will be hearing later on this year. So please keep that in the back of your mind. I also want to remind individuals that Cleveland Public Power was not involved in a billion-dollar scandal down at the state of Ohio, and that we're a locally owned city, or locally owned municipally owned electric company that does everything within its power to make sure we keep the lights on. But again, I want to remind you that, as the CFO mentioned, that it is fiscally just getting by. Stable. It's fiscally stable. And that there's not going to be any big money yet until the rate study is completed in regards to any charges. I also want to remind the committee that we have not raised the rates at Cleveland Public Power since 1983, right? So they're doing yeoman's work. So anybody have any questions? Do you have anything to say, a statement on Cleveland Public Power?
Nope.
Anybody have any questions on Cleveland Public Power? Councilman House Jones.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you. And looking at the budget, through the chair to the team here, just getting clarification, it would be under Cleveland Public Power when poles are crashed into and they are leaning over, that would be in this budget, and to replace those poles?
So it depends. If it's a light pole, yes.
Street is the street light pole. I'm talking about the street light pole.
So that one, but also if there are other utilities attached to that pole, it's a back and forth. But bottom line would be, if it's a light pole with a light on it, Cleveland Public Power would be responsible for it.
Yes. So, and this is through the chair to the team. What is there a typical cost of that, or it just varies? Because we have numerous, we have reported them. I am getting drugged because they're not getting fixed, because people see it as my responsibility to get these poles fixed. So how is that budgeted, and how are they prioritized of the ones that get fixed based on the budget that we have
Director.
for that?
Through the chairman to the councilwoman, I would say that report all of the polls that you see, and CPP can address them as appropriate, if it is CPP's responsibility or if it's another utility in the city's responsibility. They will work with them to get that. I can also say that CPP, everyone has dealt with supply chain issues, but CPP specifically in the power industry has had significant supply chain issues across the board. Recently, we just issued a contract for a vendor for street poles, and it is going to take us at least 10 months to receive these poles. And that's if all goes according to plan and there's no hurricanes or any major storms somewhere else in the U.S. that will divert those supplies. So we are trying to be judicious with issuing or replacing those poles, but if there's a safety concern, I would make sure that you make sure that the commissioner is aware, so that he can address it in the meantime, if necessary.
Councilman Starr wanted a point on it.
You had a point on that, Councilman Starr?
Yes, on the point, one thing that I would say, through the chair to Councilwoman House Jones, Jim Ferguson, he's a great person over there that can definitely help you out on your needs that you have. I, too, had to deal with some stuff. I actually did a walkthrough with him. We got outside the car, and he was teaching me about the difference between what he say, the blue and white signs is normally Cleveland Public Power, and then there was some poles that I needed up. We pointed them out. He was able to get them up, and they're coming back and to install them. So I would say reach out to him. He's one of the ones that's under, working with Assistant Commissioner Jackson as well as those two. So I would say Jim Ferguson can really help you out too.
Thank you for that. The other follow-up through the chair to the team here, also of the cutting of poles, and they just leave them for months at a time. Is that in the purview of a budget? Is the replacement of a budget inclusive of taking the pole with you?
And that, I believe, because we run into that on the west side a lot, where Cleveland Public Power is not there, and I believe that if there's other utilities, or if it's not our pole, we can't remove it. So if it's a pole without a street light on it that gets hit, which happens a lot, right? It's up to we'll just use any utility, any other utility, AT&T or whoever. It's their responsibility to fix the pole. And if there's more than one utility on the pole, you've got to get permission from every entity on the pole to actually have it removed. So you can imagine trying to get AT&T, Spectrum, First Energy, maybe Cleveland Public Power, all to agree to remove a pole.
So the point of just offered, can we actually, in those cases where there is a combined interest in the pole, because the poles are just laying there, at this point, can we similarly like we do with grass cutting, we will cut someone's grass and we'll build them. Could we then now, with these poles,
They're actually laying on the ground?
they are laying, they leave
Listen,
them,
let us know where those poles are laying, because I don't think Cleveland Public Power would have a problem coming and picking up a pole that's still good.
Sure. You know what? Again, as I'm trying to get through each of the departments, this is the next department.
Right.
I would love to take them on a tour to see the poles. But in that case, even if it's not ours, I feel like strongly that we need to be picking them up and just charging the separate utility companies for that. We do it for residents, so why won't we do it for companies?
Chief, do you have anything? I don't have a problem doing it.
Yes. Yes. They're half cut, and then they put whatever they cut, they put it right next to the pole.
Right.
That's just sitting there literally for weeks, months, maybe even years, because no one takes responsibility for it. And so I guess the budget question is, are there opportunities to put within CPP like a chargeback for people and or utilities that are leaving our communities just in shambles because of the lack of care when it comes to doing this type of renovation or replacement work?
It's definitely something, Councilwoman, we can look into.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilman Jones. You're between us and lunch.
I don't want to be in front of the pit bull trying to get his food. Can you pass me the microphone?
I know.
I want to leave off where Stephanie House, because she hit a really important subject matter, and that is how we're mistreated in our neighborhoods when it comes to the utilities department. Both Cleveland Public Power, I won't technically say it's totally their issues and totality of it all, but also when it comes to First Energy. And so we're totally disrespected, and it sounds like that's happening on the west side too. But over in my neighborhood, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, I know they're breaking the rules when they're tying two poles together and having those poles tied up, one trying to stabilize the other pole that has had some kind of damage. We have posed, Mr. Chairman, to the director that's leaning over, and it's just like it's about to snap. I've complained about it. I've even went as far as taking photos about down poles, about how they're doing this, and these are all against the rules. This is against PUCO rules. And I remember a time, Mr. Chairman, when the administration of Mayor White was kicking the butt of First Energy to make sure that they were doing what they're supposed to do within our municipal territory. So who would be responsible, Mr. Chairman, when we have clear violations from First Energy with leaving poles, with having damaged poles, which having kind of like rigged systems in place to hold the poles together? Who do we deal with? How do we deal with that issue? Because what the problem I'm running into, Mr. Chairman, is when our neighbors and our customers call us and they want to see some change there. Sometimes seeing that change takes 6 months or a year to see a change there as it relates to that.
Councilman, if you're asking me if First Energy
No,
is doing
I'm asking the
something-
CFO.
something wrong.
I'm asking
you know,
the CFO, Mr. Chairman. I'm not asking you. I'm
All right.
asking him, who do we go through on administration?
Where in the budget does it have us dealing with First Energy and them not doing anything.
Through the chair,
Legal.
I do not believe it's reflected anywhere in the budget.
Thank you.
I don't know who you would reach out to. It depends on what ordinance or law we're talking about and who is
Now,
authorized
the only
to
person I
enforce it.
talked to, Mr. Chairman, and this is, I don't know if the law department is involved with this, but clearly there are violations. So you're saying to me you don't have a person I can go to and talk to other than Margaret Jackson, or calling over to public service to have poles removed, or to say, hey, this is in direct violation or a safety issue?
Through the chair, I'd reach out to the law department. It would depend on what ordinance or state law we're looking at and who is authorized to enforce it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move to the budget. I don't want to get my high blood pressure up. Page 334, we got $2 million increase in the interdepartment service charges. We also go down on that page and we see that our debt service is increased by $25 million. Can you elaborate on the difference here in the budget, why that is?
Director?
Through the chair to the councilman, the indirect, or the interdepartmental charges are mainly, again, from utilities admin and from fiscal control. So same answer I gave earlier about if the two divisions do not use 100% of their budgets, less amount is reimbursed by the user divisions.
So why are we increasing those charges? Where are those the charges?
Charges from
Why would we
utilities
be
admin?
increasing? Yeah, from this year to that year, because we're in what appears to be if we sneeze the wrong way in this department, that's the reason why I've been sitting here for 6 years asking for a plan, a vision for this department. If we sneeze the wrong way or have some kind of calamity with Cleveland Public Power, it seems like they'll be out of business. And that's where my concern is at, Mr. Chairman, is looking at this department go into the red. And it's close and has been teetering on this line. And I've been asking the previous administration, now I'm asking this administration. And I know we're going to sit down and talk about it. But these increases of debt service, can you talk about that?
So the increase for debt service is about 500,000 from 2023 to 2024. This is because CPP in 2020 had
You
actually
mean 25 million? No?
No.
Through the chair, that's the total expenses anticipated for the division in 2024 are up approximately $25 million against actual expenditures in 2023.
So it's going to be up this year?
So the
Through the chair, yes, because we are budgeting for many of the vacancies within the division to be filled.
So that would be the increase in terms of the staff, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO?
Correct.
So it's we need to bring on 25 million more worth of employees?
Through the chair, there's 81 vacancies in this budget. There are the increases. There are other increases related to those individuals. There are also increases in as we just discussed, interdepartmental service charges and materials and supplies. As we deal with the utilities are the organizations where we feel inflation the most because they buy the most sort of produced goods. And so just the cost of running the division has increased with respect to those materials that are required to be purchased.
And then, Mr. Chairman, in this budget, where does it show our indebtedness to the contracts that we have entered into purchasing and buying power?
through the chair to the councilman, if you look on page 333.
I'm there.
CPP will be buying power, will be using purchase power,
Is that
power
under
transmission
contractual,
costs.
Mr. Chairman? Is that under
Under
contra-
materials and supplies.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line down through the next three. So purchase power, power transmission costs, and capacity charges are the costs of bringing power to our ratepayers.
And that seemed to be similar to what it was in 2023 and 2024. So it seems consistent across the line?
It is higher than 2023's allocation.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding this.
So purchase
So
power.
where it says power transmission cost?
So purchase power in 2023 was $90 million.
Yeah, I see. I got it.
It is expected to be $104 million in 2024.
Now, is some of that the contractualness investments that we made?
Yes, it is.
Can I get a breakdown of that, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
To Joe Titron, that line item of 104?
We can provide the contract.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, now to Mrs. Troy, for the 81 vacancies, can you elaborate on those and where we could go and get our citizens those jobs?
Yep. Through the chair to the councilman, those jobs there are currently 7 jobs posted and a couple more posting here very shortly for CPP. The challenge for CPP is that their positions are very specialized and need a lot of training. So we actually have an apprentice program, and CPP has had that program for several years. It takes about 6 years from high school all the way to graduating the apprentice program to become a full service senior lineman. So it takes time to replenish the employees, and we are actively working towards that. But if you know any linemen, or if you know any low tension, or you know any of the other positions that we have open, please have them apply.
I would love to, and I appreciate you, distinguished lady. Can you get a write-up for me so I can put it in my newsletter and talk about that? And how much does these lineman positions pay?
I believe they make close to $78,000 a year under the new contract that just certified.
So it's like the starting salary?
Starts at about 80,000, yes.
They are about that amount.
That's excellent. It is. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Santana.
I'm hungry, so I will be brief. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, to the chair, to the CFO. So in my area, Clark Fulton near West Side, there's normally a lot of light outages in the area. I don't know what the communication plan is, but then I get all these calls about what's happening, where are they going to put it on, and then I call Councilman Casey, who lets me know what's happening. But I'm curious to know through the chair to CFO, is there a communication plan in place to text or to put something on the website so that residents are aware when an outage takes place?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, CPP is actively working towards having an outage map available on the website. I do not know if it is fully operational yet, but I do know it's coming soon. So that should be available in the near future.
Do you have a timeline for that?
I know that they're reviewing it, and that's as far, so I believe it should be coming soon. That's all I'm sorry.
And Councilman Casey, if you could just keep us updated once again when there's an outage. You know, I get all the calls, and we get the blame for everything, so.
All right, we want to thank our CFO for Department of Public Utilities. That concludes Department of Public Utilities. At this time, we're going to take a break. We'll see everybody back here at 2:40 to finish up with Office of Capital Projects.